Hello, I am the Ronan Vaughn, and welcome to a twitch.tv/Ronan Vaughn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Vaughn. Hey, hey, hey. Welcome to a live stream. Holy crap. I need to shave, don't I? At some point in this life. Welcome to programming and graphic designing and graphic design programming and UI graphic design programming and program UI graphic designing in Python and Tkinter with me. We're going to be working over here today in this sort of a space, so let's, get rid of all that shit. Get rid of all that. There you go. And welcome to this thing that I've been working on. You guys know it. You've been around for it for a while now, haven't you? Really starting to feel like I'm dragging my feet on just being done with the project and, being able to distribute a pre-release version. I just gotta kind of wrap it up, don't I? Just gotta kind of wrap it up. So, what we needed to do, this is the redesign from, it originally looked like that, and it didn't have the little settings window that popped out. Now it's got a settings window that pops out, and now it looks like this. But we don't have anything in terms of graphic design for the interior of the window for what the on-screen display is going to look like. Oh, wait, we do. So I had this, in mind for a while since I started this design, was to make, the thing itself look... It's just a mishmash and hodgepodge of eras, isn't it? Because we've got, like, a very modern tablet, phone, whatever. I'm thinking of it like a tablet gaming device that's been turned on its side. We've got that as the base design of the form and the structure of it. And then we've got a color scheme and palette choices that are very sort of Miami in the 80s kind of a thing. So you've got that going on. And then I thought for the actual on-screen display and text and things, we'd go all the way back to the Amiga days and go like full-blown monochrome. So, for better or worse, this is what we're going to be working off of today, and it truly is monochrome. There is just one color, and the other color is insinuated by the backdrop color. So we're just using this tealish kind of a blue there, and using, the black pixels from underneath to give the impression of half textures and different shades and things like that. That's what I worked on today. I'm fine with it, is what I'm going to say. I'm fine with it. I really need to just wrap this project up. I've gotten way too into a bunch of little minutia, and nobody gets to use it until I actually have it done. So when you mouse over the load file button, it'll do that. And then when you click the load file button, it'll pop open the load file window. It looks a little cluttered as it is right now because I'm using a lot of different testing sort of to see what would be the most visually pleasing way to do like selected areas. And I think what I've settled on is, even though this is sort of more legible at the top, I think I like this one. The one that says runtime pause. What I've done there is we've got sort of diagonally spaced pixels. Just one of the methods that they used to actually use for monochrome stuff, to give you sort of an under thing. And then where the runtime, the actual text is, I've also got a second runtime text in the color of the backdrop in order to give it a little bit of, a slight drop shadow thing going on, just to try and get that text to pop out a little bit. Could do a full, like, border around it, 1 pixel border around the text. I think this looks better. Down here where the level select there is sort of half shaded out, that's probably not going to be doable. I mean, I could do it, but I don't think I'm going to put the effort in. It looks good. I like it. I'd really like to see that put in, but because of the way that Tkinter works, it doesn't really respect the idea of transparencies. So having like a transparent image that goes over the top of another one is not really an option. I could totally programmatically get it done, by telling it to go through an image that I load in, or text that I draw onto a canvas, and then draw, 1 pixel here, and then, 2 spaces, and another pixel, 2 spaces, another pixel, go down a row, and I could get the effect to work, but as I say, I just kind of need to wrap this up, don't I? So we've got the various states of the checkbox sort of figured out here, the full empty, the mouse-overed empty, and then the actual ticks for the checkbox. And I think this will be the standard. When it's ticked, it'll look like that. And then when you're mousing over it, it'll look like that. And then when you're actually clicking on it, it'll look like that. And that'll be the middle state between, regardless of whether it's in the checked state or the unchecked state. When you click on it, it'll go to there. So that's pretty much it, I think, in terms of the design of this. This is going to be kind of a funner bit, though, for putting this stuff in, because it's not just going to be copy-pasting images. There's going to be a bit of that. But I'm going to get to write the idea I've had for a class in my library for about a week now, which is the labelable class, which is, in my head, the idea of having a canvas object in my in guiABLE in my library that I've been writing for Tkinter, a canvas object where you can draw something under it. So I said that Tkinter doesn't like transparencies. So how we're going to do this is we're going to be able to draw like a button, or in this instance a selectable space, like this kind of thing, you know, where it's got that texture drawn underneath it. And then we can draw text straight to the canvas on top of that, that won't come with like its own background color or anything. So we'll be able to draw right over the top in terms of like slapping text down on it. So I'm going to create that labelable class, which will also enable people to use the library that I've been writing to do more sort of common things like buttons. Where you just tell it to make a button, you put in a single image for a button, and then you can put on top of that button, you know, this is a button that's when it's supposed to say okay, this one's supposed to be cancel. Instead of having to have images for the same button that says okay over it or it says cancel over it, you'll just be able to spawn in a button and tell it, you know, and put the label okay over the top of it. That class is also going to include the ability to do a bit of drop shadow kind of stuff, where you draw the text twice in different shades, at least in my head it will, so that's what we're going to work on today. Other than that, what do I need to do right now in order to get started on this? I think what I need to do... yeah, I'm just going to do the top bar as a whole image. It'll be the easiest way to get it in, as opposed to trying to assemble it all, you know, from bits and components. So these are the two states of that top area that we're going to have. So if I just bring that back in, and then I can select the area starting from there, and then all across, we'll have the whole thing. And then we'll copy everything that's visible, and we'll paste it into a new image. Just set that over there for now, and then we'll turn off the mouse over effect that I've set up, and we'll do the same thing again. Copy everything that's visible and paste it in as its own layer. And now I've got those two states, bing, bing, bing. I can save those and load those in. What I believe I'm also going to need for this is going to be the patterns that I've decided that I like. I will need that line, won't I? Yeah. I'll need this little line, like so, and I could do that as a textured repeating kind of a thing. I could actually do a drawbar on that, but easiest way will just be to take the line exactly as it is. So copy visible, paste as new image. Now we've got that line stored as another piece of something that we can use, and then everything else is going to be, oh no, we got the checkboxes too. Checkboxes are good and easy, so we'll grab the checkboxes. This one, I really should learn what the copy is. Shift Control C. I'm just not going to be bothered. I'm just going to do it this way. New image for you. Go ahead and zoom in on that. We can see as we're dragging in the others. Down here, another state of yours, which is going to be copied visible. And then I'll come over here. I'll paste it in as a layer, save it as a new layer, and then back over to grab the rest of them. So how are all of you doing today? Because there's no one here in chat with me, and don't think that I don't notice your absence. Am I actually live streaming? It says I'm live streaming. I was noticing when I was just getting started, the first minute of the live stream, the sort of bandwidth was just going up and down, and I always wonder. I always wonder when that kind of thing happens, because I look over and see we're not consuming significant amounts of CPU, so, I shouldn't be dropping frames on that end of things, so I'm dropping frames how? And apparently, I mean, my guess would be that I'm dropping frames on my network connection, which is something I pay quite a bit of money to you for, Comcast, so it should just friggin' work, shouldn't it? Shouldn't it? God, of course it doesn't. We've got deregulated internet in the U.S. that none of us asked for, and that the FCC, having been overthrown by a corporate entity, just, did what Ajit Pai wanted them to do, which is what Verizon and Comcast and AT&T wanted him to do, because he's their guy. We have a literal overthrow of a wing of the American government by a corporate entity, and it's just being allowed to be a thing. We'll just live with it, apparently. That's not a good precedent to set given where we're headed in this country. So what we're going to need as well is, for the scroll bars, I'm just going to need sort of these patterns. And I guess what I'll need is the background pattern is going to be this. I guess so. I guess that's what you're going on. So this will be the end cap for my scroll bars. Will look like that. That's going to be the end cap? You sure? No, I'm not. Actually, it's just going to be that single line, isn't it? Yes, it is. All right, so copy. Actually, I did want to leave myself some extra space. I wanted the scroll bar to have, like, a little bit of a left margin to it, just by virtue of it having, an image to draw there that's always going to overlap everything. So I think I will leave it a 2-pixel overlap on one side. Remind me to do that on everything else that I do. Paste as new image. So now we've got the end cap. And then also I'm going to need the middle, which, the way that I've done this here, it's actually offset, and that ain't going to work for me. I mean, it does. It could. You could, and it does. You could, it does. Yeah, all right. We'll do like that, and then we'll have the 2-pixel margin, and we'll copy that visible. And I can't paste that in here, so I will paste as a new image, because that was only a 1-pixel large area, 1-pixel height, and that's a 2-pixel thing, so they have to be 2 separate deals. So that'll be the interior of the trough of the bar. Will always look like that. And that'll be the normal state. The not normal state will be this kind of stuff. So one of these is going to be like a mouse over. For the trough, how many different states do we want? Just 2 seems reasonable. Because I do have the ability to support a normal state, a hovering state, an active state. All right, we'll do all of those, and a disabled state. Disabled state for the interior will just be the same as if it's not being used at all. Yeah, disabled state is kind of redundant on the trough because it always looks the way that it looks. What do you mean by that, Pawn? I mean, if the trough is in a disabled state, then the handle, unless you're doing something special with the code, which you totally can do, but if you're using my scroll pane class, the handle for the scroll bar will always be covering the trough entirely, so you won't see it anyway. So that would be, I don't know, one of the things. Copy your visible, and then we can paste this into this layer, because it's just an alternate state for the interior. And then back over, and up to one of these, I imagine. Yep, that looks good. Copy that visible. Paste you in. Looks really weird. Really weird when you're just looking at the 2 lines of that verticality. And then for the actual scroll bar itself, same width as the trough that it's in? Yeah, it would be. So yeah, that'll be the scroll bar itself. Should make sure, based on this one, yeah, the top right pixel is the one that's and then the bottom left. So just the top right pixel is important there, so I want to match that up when I take this one, and I have. So copy your visible, and then we're not actually going to have end caps for the scroll bar. Good. We're not going to have, okay. We're not going to have end caps for the scroll bar because this design just doesn't need it. So I will also paste you in here, I guess. Okay, so that's going to be the scroll bar itself, and the bar is just going to have the one state. Are you going to have another state for the bar? That's a good question. Have I actually addressed that in any way? It doesn't seem that I have. Okay, so let's have a bar state that is actually just a hard outline. So if I were to do that, why do? Because you're on the scroll layer, which means I just, cut through the wrong layer. So on the scroll layer, I cut through you to there, and then we'll have that as well, which actually does mean we will need this for the end caps. Huh. Is that going to be an issue? Quite possibly. The pixels being, I mean, it'll be nigh unnoticeable anyway. Screw it. You got to get this done, Pawn. You've been out chasing fences or something that people say. There you go. You've just been on this for too long. So whang it together with whatever design you happen to have in your pocket right now, and you can make it better in later revisions if it really wants it. So that'll have the end cap, and then we do need the interior bit, and we want that to be the top right pixel. So copy visible from you, and over here, and paste. We'll just paste. Okay, gonna be hard to remember which is which, but so that should be all of the scroll bar states that I can imagine wanting. And then we need the background states for the various like selection areas, and there's just one actually. All those three were just testing to see how they looked, but I like this one, so I'm gonna go with this one. And the longest that I ever want it to be, I think, is like that. But it's not going to draw to fill on these unless you do that programmatically somehow, unless you take in the pattern and then make a larger image from it, which you totally could do for this design. You've got a method for that in your class, or you could just build it to the size that it's going to be, and that would probably be the easiest way to get her in and get her done. So let's get her in and get her done. If I take out the runtime pause and the level complete stuff, then I can just select this whole area as such and copy that. Did I already grab this? It feels familiar. No, it's similar to what I did for the load file area. So copy this visible and paste it as a new layer. Yeah, I think so. Are you sure? No, as a new image you get. And alternately have a layer, I'm not sure if I'll need this or not, but have a layer where you just, there's nothing back there. Okie doo. Probably won't need that, but, and does that cover all of my needs then for this little, design? And I think it does. I'm hoping that it do. So now we can actually save all of these as, under a million different names. So starting with you, we've got load file, export to recently used UI. And this is going to go under new underscore. New, and this is load file normal, so new load file. New load file.png, that's fine. Yep. And then the layer behind it is the mouse over. So export you as new load file mo. Right, have I been capitalizing that? You haven't been. All right, well, let's maintain some reasonability here. So mo for the mouse over, and that takes care of you. Next thing is our line. So export this as new line, new HR. That's what it'd be called in HTML, wouldn't it? And we'll say new HR line, new human resources line. There you go. That's you. And then out of these guys, we've got various checkbox states. So export you as new checkbox, and this is going to be empty mo. Mouse over for the empty state, and then underneath that's going to be the stock and standard empty state. So no mo for you. Go ahead, do the thing. Thank you. Next is going to be the checked state, but I think I wanted this to be the checked active state. So new checkbox active. So that'll be when you're clicking. And then this one will be export as new checkbox mo. Make the mouse over for the true state, the checked state, and then finally this will be the normal state of a checked box. So new checkbox. Thank you. And on to whatever these were supposed to be. End cap for the trough. So export you as new trough cap. And it's always going to be that. That's what I'm telling myself. Okay. New trough cap. And then for you, you're going to be the handle cap. And it's always going to be that as well, because of the simplicity of this design. So new handle cap. And on to the next set of images. This is all of the things. So this is going to be the bar, the handle rather, the handle. So export as new handle mid in what state? This is going to be mid disabled. Let's just call it new handle mid empty, because that's what it looks like, and then I can choose how to use it when I get into implementation, and then I, get to see how it looks in use. New handle mid, just mid, call it. Yeah, I think that's reasonable. And now these are actually the trough states, I think. So new trough mid moused over? It's one of the mouse over state. We'll call it dense, I think. Yeah, we'll call it dense, because this is the dense pixel grouping that is not, just full-on solid. So there's a dense state. Maybe I should have a full-on solid. Well, you've got one for the handle that you could reuse if you wanted to. This will be the less dense state. I need another word for it. New trough mid sparse half. We'll say half. Half state. And then this is the empty state for the trough. So new trough mid empty. Is that any different? Well, let's go ahead and save it. Is that any different than this? It is. Okay. Yep. Yep. And that gets us done with the troughs. And now we've got, yeah, the backgrounds, the selection backgrounds. So export you as new selected BG. And I don't think that I need the other. It's a waste just to have an image of a single solid color there, but for the speed and ease of implementation, I'm going to go ahead and do it. New unselected BG. Because it'll get her done. Where the hell is everyone? Huh? Are you here and you're just lurking? Because, you know, it's one of these kind of live streams. I see people in chat. Maybe they left their accounts online since the last live stream and nobody's here and I'm alone and I'm talking to myself. Well, it doesn't matter. You got to get things done, Pawn. You got to wang it in. So let's wang it in. So we've now got those in the places that we expect them to be. Back over to the cluster truck splitter and the UI. I've got a lot of friggin' images now in this folder. Haven't I, though? It's building up of very little images. Incidentally, how much, how much space is it? 154K, 200 KB on disk, and half of these things don't even need to be here anymore. Less than half, but a lot of them don't need to be here. Oh, and a huge portion of that's going to be you. You're 40.9 KB. This guy, 48.4. Okay, so you're a simpler image, so yeah. And that is something I was, okay, but it's not big. Whatever, it's not going to be that big on your disk when I distribute it. And by the way, you know, download on this thing is like 40-some megs because you got to ship Python with... When you package it up and send it to somebody, Python's got to be in there in some way. If you're going to install a standalone application on Windows that uses Python, it's got to have Python baked into it. So you get the Python engine when you download this program. You know, on Windows, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Require people to download and install Python on their system in order to run your script? Be reasonable on Linux, reasonable on Mac, because Linux and Mac come with Python, so there'd be no download necessary, maybe an update to be compatible with the latest version. But on Windows, it's just not how we do, is it? We expect everything to be standalone. So, now that we have the images in place, let's pop the program open and see where we need to get started on this thing. Where do we get started? How do we get started? I think first thing I'll do is I'll be cold and I'll shiver. I will knock out the scroll test. I just won't place it. It'll still be here, but I won't place it, and therefore it won't appear. And now we can see the frame per second thing actually dancing around, so let's knock that out as well, just for while we're doing this. And there's back to what it looks like before we put anything in the screen area. Now, for the screen area. For the screen area. Yep, it's going to be simplest if I actually copy paste just this, you know, mostly solid color over. We'll have two states for it too. I've got a brilliant idea how to implement this. But so that means basically taking everything out of here that is currently visuable and get back down to just that bare bones basic kind of a deal. And I think I want to grab all of this, including the exterior, or this area, including those little lips and things, because it's not going to be something that's inside it's just all going to be on the same layer. So I'll include all of that stuff in this copy, and then we will copy the visible, paste as a new image, and then export, and we already have something for this, which is new screen. It's like the screen background, or do I not have that as a separate thing? I'll bet I don't have that as a separate thing yet. But it should be, because then I can implement it without having to change visibility states. I can just set it to the disabled mode. No, because everything will be attached to it, so yeah. All right, new. OSD background. I'm just calling it the on-screen display. So new OSDBG. So that's where we start. Which is actually just changing the scroll test to have that as its background. Well, the scroll test doesn't really, you don't assign it a background, you assign it a scroll pane skin, and you don't give it itself a background. Yeah, I haven't made the scrollable area with it in mind to do like that. To have a background for itself, and because it's just supposed to be a pane where you load stuff in. So with that in mind, what is a scroll pane inner? It should just be a background. So if we go down to scroll paneable, or whatever it is that I called it, scrollable pane, probably. So scrollable pane has it's a scrollable canvas, and a scrollable canvas is a backgroundable, and a backgroundable, go back up to the top and step down a couple of times, turn off the program, to the backgroundable. There it is. The backgroundable contains an inner, which is a canvassable object. So if I set the image of... So it does actually have it built in. I did build that in either implicitly and by accident, or because I was smart and thinking about it at some point. So if I just set the image to that inner area. So back out to where we're actually programming this thing, and we would then go to the scroll test, and we would inner config. Instead of doing the colors, we'll actually do scroll test.inner dot set dot back image. What was the method? Image cget image names image configure. God damn it! What's the method? Backgroundable set image. You don't recognize that as being a thing because it's just too deep probably for it to be able to see. So set image UI slash new on-screen display bg.png, and then if I do allow that to be placed, it crashes. Canvassable object has no attribute. Set image. You're a canvassable, but the larger thing is a backgroundable. So actually, if I don't have to call the inner, I just call you as set image. Yes, indeed. Now you can't see any of that with what's going on right now, but we're going to change. Ooh, we're not going to change. Actually, the scrollable area is going to be underneath the top area of this. Yeah, that's true. So let's do that first. We're going to have a button, a pushable, a load file. Did I take all that stuff out? I presume I did. So let's have it up where I'm loading placing buttons. Close skin, in skin, config, LED. So we also want the load deal in here. So load button equals, not burn, load button equals a pushable. The pushable takes its parent, which is going to be just the self. You sure of that? For now anyway, the function that it's going to call is, I do have a function somewhere in here at the bottom, and it was load patterns, no, load file. So if I call load file Do you take anything? No, it's going to have to be self.load file anyway. Do you take anything? You don't. Okay, so that'll be the function that it will call. What else do you want? You want to know what the skin for you is. Okay, skin will be load skin. And then quargs, I probably will need some quargs, but load skin is equal to a skinnable. And the skinnable is going to be comprised of UI slash new, what did I call it? Load file .png for the normal state, probably, and then UI slash new load file mo .png if I followed my usual convention of doing these things. That'll give us the skinnable that we can then put into the load button there, and then I will add in the load button .place x and the y, which will be placed. Hello, Dramacian. A backgroundable is a behinder, not an in-fronter. Hello, Dramacian. You're the first one who's spoken in chat today. Welcome. Other than... No, I didn't say anything in chat. I've just been saying it right here. So... This is going to change. As I'm doing this, I know it's going to change. But for the positioning of that majigger, it's going to happen somewhere around here. So 45 by 62, we'll try that to start. 45 by 62 is where that will be placed. Load file, the load skin, the pushable. I think I'm going to have to define like its width and height, which I haven't yet. So let's see. Okay, it fired up immediately, which will happen if you put the parentheses on the end of a function call like that. Okay, so there it is, and I didn't tell it its width or its height. So if we go back over and find the load button stuff, which is going to be you, and then I select all, and then I click the button. 157 by 24 is going to be your width and height. Width equals 157, height equals 24, and it'll get you the right size anyway. Yep, and now you're just in the wrong position. Wow, can't believe we're that far off. Oh, because I need to, if I'm going to be taking measurements, I need to move the entirety of all this shiznat. No, what did I do? Don't do whatever I just did. I was just trying to, I'll link you guys together, and then we'll drag you, we'll drag you up and over to the corner and get you right in there. If I'm going to be taking measurements, then I need 0, 0 to be 0, 0. Now, where would you be starting more or less? What pixel is that? It is 22 by 48, as you can see right behind me there. So 22 on the X, 48 on the Y, 22, 48. Okay, needs to move over a little bit, I think. Yeah, I wanted it to be more aligned with the right side of things anyway. Also, this space that I've got for the interior doesn't seem to be... That's why things are going to change here. And I know it. Let's try moving that into more of a 24. Or a 25 even. Move you over to fill the space that we expect to be filled by you. Yeah. 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 So there. Now when we click it, when I click on it, it pops open the load file button. I double click and yeah. So that's already working. We need to actually create a frame for this, is the deal. So this is the placing of buttons. Yeah, it doesn't matter where you do things, as long as you get them done. So don't even need a self. This can just be a locally built thing. So this is going to be the OSD frame is equal to a Tkinter frame. No, a backgroundable. Backgroundable? Does backgroundable have a secondary state? Does it take a skinnable? Did I fix all of that when I did the remaking of it? No, it just takes a straight image path when you do a backgroundable. Did I create a... well, you've got the hoverable for that. Should I make it a hoverable then? because a hoverable will implicitly have all of the states for it. I don't want it to hover when I hover it, which is fine. I can just give it the same image for those states. But I was thinking of having a disabled image for it. You gotta just unload it anyway, so just having it be a straight-up backgroundable will be fine. Okay. Backgroundable. Backgroundable, which will be attached to the self. It will be attached, the width and the height. So the width and the height of this, gonna need those numbers from you. Width and the height of this sucker is actually going to be the width and the height of this sucker, I think. So if I click on you, 164 by 290 is what we're looking for there. 164 by 290. So 164, 290. What else do you want from me? You want to know the image that I'm going to load in by its path. So there's the UI, and this is going to be new OSD bg.png, I think. Yeah. And then the OSD frame, we will place it at the X and the Y of my liking.
You will of my liking.
And that will be where in the image will be attached here. Precisely that pixel, which is 20, 46. 20 from the X, 46 on the Y. So there's 20, and there's 46. And then what's going to actually happen with the load button is that it's going to not be attached to our self. It's going to be attached to the OSD frame. Go. Okay, so yeah, we got the background image there, but now that the load button is attached to the OSD frame, we actually want it to be more like 4 in from the X and probably 2 or 3 down on the Y. Try 3. Gonna be right in that top left corner. There we go. So we're starting to get there already. Yep. Yes, sir. You click on it, it does that. Liking it. Liking it. So we're on our way. This area is going to be this area. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. This is going to be the scrollable, part of the window, and then at the bottom will be just a small status area. So maybe we'll set up the small status area because the inner area is going to be the most complex to work with. So the small status area is going to be at the bottom. Do I already have? Yeah, status, label, and I just don't attach that anymore because I didn't have a place for it. So you're just a tk.label, are you though? Nope. Not really. I'm gonna put this up here. We're gonna first put in the little line. Yeah, which could also be a backgroundable, but God, a backgroundable is a lot of things going on. It's not just a simple image being loaded in. I kind of just need a class that's just for, imageable. And you can just use a label in Tkinter for that. Let's do that then. Why create classes that you don't need just to, So, this will be the HR line. Status HR, we'll call it. Status HR. Status line. I'm just being silly when HR is HTML's way of saying that horizontal rule, which is just to say, I'm going to draw a line from left to right. Status line is going to be equal to a tk.label. The label will want to know what it's being attached to. It's going to be attached to the OSD frame. And then, it wants to know widths and heights and things, but it doesn't really need to. Can I just say, on the instantiation line, image equals UI / This would be a reason to make your own class, too, because my classes all have, a little bit of checking that gets done to make sure the file's okay and to fail safe if the file, or rather if the file path is incorrect. But new, and I called it the HR line, didn't I? Because I was being fun. .png. I'm not sure of that, but we'll find out in a moment. And then status line dot place the X and the Y for the line, which, if we go back over here and start actually putting up all of the things that make this design into what it's supposed to be, put at least, just put them all back up, and then if you need it, will you stop with the doing the, and all the extras and whatnot? So that line would be more or less down here at 24,316, but from within this window it's going to be more like 5,316, but the 316 will be right anyway, so we'll try 5 by 316, because we're already within the OSD frame. Okay, so the image UI new HR line doesn't exist, so new underscore HR underscore line. New underscore HR underscore line dot PNG. Because I'm using Tkinter's shit instead of mine, I actually have to load the image in first, and I will have to hold on to it as well. This is why you really need to make it your own class and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, shall we do that then? Should we just real quick make a simple, I'll load your images in for you class, and then I can just have an imageable? Imageable? Because an imageable doesn't need to be as complicated as a backgroundable. And it seems a waste to do all of those things. So let's make a new class, for the library. This is why I haven't published the, I haven't merged in the latest pre-release build with the actual main build yet, because in using it to create my own program, I'm definitely going to run into things like this where it's like, oh well, obviously you need one of those. So we've got that backgroundable there. Let's have a new class that's just called an imageable, and since it is very easy to use a label as your imageable, I think I'll just have the imageable be a tk.label, because label takes an image, and once it's got one, it just works. But we're going to do some checking on your image, and you're going to hand it in to us, and then I'm going to do the things for you. In fact, a backgroundable might be able to inherit its state as, it might be able to be an imageable that becomes a backgroundable by adding methods to it, since we'll be duplicating some methods. Yeah, I really have to pee right now, so we're going to be taking a early live stream break shortly because I am squirming in my chair. Hello, Pod, and hello, chat, says Simon Lunar. I see you there. How you doing today? Direct set image is actually, yeah, that's a whole bunch of crap right there. I don't need direct set image for you. Try self.direct set, unless no, we'd have to override that anyway. Shit. So the set image class is actually just going to try shoot. Where do you store the image? You store it under self._image. So self._image is equal to, I was going to say, you better be okay with that. What? Defined outside in it. I'll get to it. Self._image is equal to the photo image, and then we take in the image path, and then if it fails, then it fails like that. If it fails because it can't find it, then we would need to instantiate a false one to shove in there. Or not. We could just, not load an image into the area instead of creating a false image. See, the thing is that label behaves differently depending on whether it's got an image or it's got a text in it. So if it doesn't have an image set to it and you tell it to be width of, 20, it'll be the width of 20 characters in the font that it happens to be set to, as opposed to being 20 pixels. So that's why I'm thinking I should probably instantiate an empty image to just sort of fill the space. so that it will behave appropriately. I mean, it's either that or, just don't use the label class because it introduces all that kind of bullshit, and instead make it a canvas. Make it a canvas like you've made so many other things. So the imageable will just be a canvas. It'll have a set image thing when you load it up. I really, really have to pee. Like, really have to pee. So you get the canvas. In the instantiation of this thing, let's override that. So define the init, and yes, super, the initialization of the class that we're overriding. You're going to want the master. I've been calling that the parent. So parent, which means you're going to have to come in there too. And then parent, then you want your shit. So I'm going to say width is equal to, do I have to say width is equal to? Could I just make it the width of the image size for you and try and make it like nice and, convenient to implement like that? So you're going to take the parent, and then you're going to take the image path, which will be equal to none. You will be able to instantiate it without, having to tell it all of those things. And then if you want to hand in more, stuff for the canvas, then you will be able to pass along your quarguments, your quargs. So we'll initialize it. We will have a self._image is equal to none to start with. Well, self._image is equal to image path. No. Self._image is equal to set image path. Self.setImage image path, because we'll be calling the function that exists within this class. So we'll set the image equal to whatever we get back from here. What's your problem? It's not used, and then you don't think I'm using it. What's your problem? Image path. You good? There you go. Or, what's your problem now? Function setImage doesn't return anything. Don't fucking worry about it. I'll get to it, okay? I'll get to it. Or maybe I won't. Maybe I will just call it directly like that, if that's what I'm doing from the other classes. Self.setImage image path, which will set our self._image equal to, it will try to set it equal to the photo image, and if it fails, then we get this exception message, and that's fine. When we actually draw, then we make the canvas, and then when we set it, that's for a backgroundable. For like a hoverable, how have I been doing this? Hoverable is just kind of need this, the self.createImage stuff. So the self.createImage. Back up to the imageable. So when we set the image, we do that. We do that. If this works out, then we want this happening as well. Self.createImage, because we are a canvas. It will happen at the 0 and the 0, and it will be self._image. And we'll have that anchor of northwest. Now, should I, every time you set the image, automatically update the image? Yes, you should, because it's that simple of a class. Okay, but that means I need to, we try to do that, and then if we can't, then I will set I'll send the warning out first, and then I'll set the self._image equal to empty array. And that is because a canvas can draw an empty array. If you just give it an empty array, it will draw nothing to itself, and it will remain exactly as it is. So that should be fine. I would like to do what I did with everything else, I think, at this point, which is, that means that I'd be overriding your ability to put in the background color. I was going to make the background color gray, and I'll just leave it exactly as it is. So you instantiate an imageable. by telling it the parent that you want it to attach to and the image path, and then you can add in width and height if you want or need to. You will need to, I believe. And then it calls the set image thing. It sends along the image path that you handed in. It tries doing that with the image path that you gave it. And if it fails, it throws a little runtime warning and sets it equal to nothing, and then it does that. Yes. Okay, so that should be a simple imageable class that is really, really, really simple. And it's a shame that we're using very similar methods or similarly named methods, but they're different. They're very much different. In fact, I'm going to say that the imageable comes before the backgroundable in the class. No, it doesn't. Leave it as it is, and make sure you got 2 lines between the classes, or else PyCharm will scream at you. Okay, so back over here then. We are making that status line, and instead of it being a TK label, it's going to be an imageable. We're going to attach the OSD form, and then the next thing that it asks for is the image path, which we're handing straight in, and then we'll want to give it the width and the height, and the width and height of that image. Well, the height we know is going to be 1. The width is 157. 57 pixels, and then we will attach it in the place that we think it ought to be attached. Now we find out if that little class I just wrote actually works. I don't see it having appeared anywhere. Do you see it having appeared anywhere? Let me just get rid of the scroll test. That might be hiding it. No. So, Dasune, if we go back up to this one, and I don't tell it where to load the file from, image not found, none, that's fine. Is it? Yeah, but where are you, hon? Status line equals imageable, OSD form. I've given it a width, I've given it a height, and then I've placed it at the 5 by the 316. Let's have it be like the 216. There you go. Hi, there you are. I knew you were around somewhere. Go ahead and take it back to where I had that in. And then, so it was just too far down for whatever reason. Had the wrong numbers. So now you've got the right thing, but you're still not loading in, like, what it should look like. Ah, I know part of what's going on there, which is that when I made the backgroundable class, I had to shave a bunch of shit off. Or when I made the hoverable class, when I started making things out of canvases, I had to put in things like highlight thickness equals 0 in order to make sure that it didn't pad itself with stuff that I didn't want in there. So back up to the imageable, you will say highlight thickness, and then you'll take whatever quarks come in, and there we go. Boom! Nailed it! Alright. So that's at a reasonable, like, place from the side in. I'm going to bring it back to 4, I think. Yeah, it seems to match the one up there pretty well anyway. And then we need to figure out what height, and how did I get that number? It says 316 for that. Ah, but it's 316 on the image, and you need it from the top there. So if I were to do like this, and then we say it's 270 away, is apparently where I wanted that. From the top, 200, nope, not you, the other one. 270 down, maybe. Yep. Okay, so now we've got the load file thing. When you click it, it pops open the load file dialog, and then we've got a space secured here for where the status updates will actually appear, as indicated by this design that I whipped up. So the status updates will appear down there in font very small, font size 11. Yeah, but that's looking cool so far. I'm happy with that. The interior here is going to be the more complicated of the parts. We got ourselves a new class out of this, the imageable class. So things is be going goodness do, right? And in fact, I suppose when you do the imageable class, I could put in a whole if image path is not none, then do this, and otherwise it just won't do it. And then you'll end up with, an empty canvas area if you gave it width and height, where, later you could shove an image into it or something like that. But there's no reason to even try doing the set image if you've handed in a none value via image path. If you hand in a none value here, like specifically, it won't fail. It'll just try, to load it, and then it'll throw an error, and yeah. It seems right. That seems reasonable. There's the imageable class, and it's probably going to stay like that forever, because it just is that simple. Okay. Good. It's looking, I like the way it looks. I like the colors. I like the sleekness of it. I think this is actually going to turn out pretty cool. I like the fact that we're going for like an old school monochrome effect on the screen. Did I mention before, I think I might have said something about really, really, really needing to pee. So I'm going to go do that. I'm going to go really, really, really pee. Even though we haven't been here that long, I didn't know that my bladder was that full or that small before we started the live stream. So I'm going to go pee. Maybe you should go pee. Join me back here in about 7 minutes for more of whatever the hell it is I'm doing right now. Pawn not out.
Do you know the secrets of making friends? They are so simple and easy. Well, that looks easy enough. And Joey is going to try it out.
Now the summer's here, but just for a while. The night arrives, now I can smile. Just a little bit, speak up a little bit. It's past my bedtime, the season to go. Just a little bit, put out a little bit. When the birds and the insects put on a show. Just a little bit, give up a little bit. As the heat goes up, the cares go down.
Find good things in people.
As the fire gets hot all around the
Tell
town.
them the good things.
Summer's here to start, but it's not too
Smile
late
and talk to people. That's the first thing.
to feel the need to pollinate.
All day, things have been going better for Joe. He's still smiling and talking to people, finding good things about people and telling them about the good things. Going home isn't going to be lonely this time.
When the morning comes and no one's around, the sun struts and blinding, but without a sound. My friends and I laugh as we sit in the dark and watch the hills blossom near Central Park. And as the heat goes up, the cares go down. As the fire gets hot all around the town. Summer's here to start, but it's not too late to feel the need to pollinate.
Mother thinks that's a good idea.
It's the sign of the season to pollinate. You know you never need a reason to pollinate. It's the sign of the season to go. You know you never need a reason to go.
Hello, I am the Ronan Pawn, and welcome back to a twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn live stream on twitch.tv/Ronan Pawn. I love it. I love it when the audio cuts out just as I'm sitting back down. It's just like I planned it, and I didn't. Welcome back. We're in Tkinter. We're in Python, working with Tkinter and making the UI for my cluster truck auto splitter, which is functioning in the code, needs some more testing, but before I release it for testing, it's gotta be packaged nicely. Done it now. Oh, hello, Noah Craw. Do I know the Muffin Man? I do know the Muffin Man. I just peed on him in the... I had to pee, even though we'd only been here for 40 minutes or something. I just guess I didn't plan for evacuating my urine sac. But yeah, so here we are. This is working. Click the load file button. The load file dialog pops open, and then the function that I wrote for that fails because we're rebuilding everything from scratch. Got a little line shoved in here now at the bottom. Down here in very small font is going to be where it updates you on, where it just, has a text readout of what status it's in. When we click the settings button, little thing tabs in and out, slides real nicely. Get a little PCI deal with the toggleable dip switches, and each one of these is a space that you can type in that'll be automatically populated for you based on the settings config file. And then if you need to change any of this stuff, this is where you'll come in to change it. I never remember what the values of that are by default. Little area that you could change your reset key. That's going to be a whole thing that I got to write for you to be able to just like click a button to change the reset key, and then it'll tell you, okay, press the key, and then you'll press the key, and then it'll go, okay, he pressed that key, so that'll be the key, and then it'll say here what the ASCII value or Unicode value or whatever the method I'm using uses. For that, it'll print that out and hold that there, and you'll be able to, switch whether or not the auto clicker is on or off, the various settings from the config file right through here. So the big thing that we need to tackle right now is this middle area. Actually, I'm putting that off to last because it's going to be an involved process. We can also get the little status label area back alive. So if I can find where I used to instantiate that, or did I delete it entirely if I do status? Nope, there it is. Self status label is a TK label, and I just decided not to pack it anywhere. Now this is actually going to have to borrow its like font status, like what kind of fonts it's using, from what we're already doing. F it, I think I'll have to type it in myself. So font is equal to font equal to I think that's what it has to be too, or it's something like that, isn't it? Font, and then the font is equal to Courier. We're using Courier because it's a built-in monospace font, or a unispace. What do you call that? Is it unispace, monospace? The spacing is the same for every character. So even if it's just a period, the period's going to take up as much space as a capital W. So I'm using that so that I can control spacing, and also because it will look more like ancient tech, which is what we're kind of going for with the on-screen display portion of this majigger. So Courier, for the font, the size of the font, so font Courier size equals, I believe I've built that to be 10. Monospace, thank you. Iridial? Oh, I like that. Iridial with an L? Iridial 1, I like that. Yeah, my brain sometimes just loses things. CFS, chronic fatigue syndrome. Part of it is can't find the word syndrome. Using Tkinter for this is utterly insane, says Iridial, right? That's why I've built my own library to do all of these things. Lovely little mouse overs and clickables, and it's going to fail. No, it isn't. But yeah, I've built my own library for that, which is available today. Well, there is a version of it available. We're still tinkering with it, but the version that supports most of the features is available for you right now on GitHub at, do I have one open? I don't. We'll get it over here at github.com/RonanPawn/guiABLE. And if you want the version that I'm actually building on right now, you'll go into the branches and you'll go to the pre-release branch, where I've been keeping up to date with what I'm working on that hasn't been released. This includes the classes and objects for support for a direct override window, so no inherent top bar to it, so you can define your own minimize and, close buttons and all the things that you put at the top bar. That also supports, looky there, a taskbar entry, which is not something that direct override usually allows you to do. And you can drag it from one window to the other, and that works, and that's all done with quite a bit of bullshit. I mean, magic. Magic is what it is, in order to make that work through Tkinter. This is actually a second window that is in a invisible state that stays minimized 90% of the time. I've created a method for you to load an image into this window so that when you do, like, tab, or when you mouse over it, there will be an image there that will be, like, the representative of your program. With the idea in mind that you'll be able to put in a logo for your program. So when someone's tabbing through, they won't see the state of the program, because I just can't figure out a way to do that through Tkinter in the way that it's doing it. But what they will see is, for mine, I'm calling it split RP at this point. So it'll be a nice little logo that's split RP, So I think it's actually kind of an improvement over the method, having some control over what gets seen. That said, you don't have the option of it actually seeing a pass-through for the window, because just couldn't figure out a way to work around Tkinter for that, so I went just a different route around Tkinter. But yeah, so let's get the status label up and running again. So font, courier, size 10, and then the self.status label. We're just going to place it. I place everything. Well, yeah, no, we're going to place it. Place it at the X and the Y, and what are the X and Y going to be on that based on... I want it to be centered, don't I? So I'll have to give it a width as well. But if we go back over to GIMP, we'll see that this is somewhere around here, probably, in terms of where it's going to end up being spaced. So that's at 321 in, and really like out to there. So 24 by 321 is kind of where we want that. 24 by 321. The label is going to also have a width then. And a line? Is that a thing you can do with a label? A line equals tk.center. Width will then be from there to all the way over here. We want as much of this area as possible without going off the screen. So that's going to be 156 in pixels. Oh, but it's going to want it, because it's a label, in how many characters can fit in. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 18, 20 something, and so somewhere around, let's say, 26 to start. So if it's a width of 26, starting it there, and then I restart the program, unknown option, a line. Okay, so it's not a line. It won't be anchor either, though, will it? Because that would be like northwest, that kind of stuff. Okay. That's a lot bigger than I'd planned. So the size is definitely off for that one. Size is going to be, let's go down to 6. So it's not inheriting that size the way that I intended it to. It's definitely getting the courier thing. If I just do font and then I put the 6 in line, well, actually, then let's bring it back up to 10. Not 19, but 10. Courier and then 10. Okay, I think that's getting, yeah, we've got control over the size. It's still not fitting in there. Let's try 8. Okay. How much smaller am I going to make it? 7. That's really, really small. That's stupidly, I can't read that any more small. So it's going to be 8, apparently. Window not active. Take this down to like 18. Okay. So we're going to want 22, maybe? Okay, 21. I want the label space to exist within that area. Okay, so now we'll move this over by a couple of pixels, let's say 26, so it comes in from the left a bit. That's more centered-ish. And then in terms of the height, you're going to have to come up as well. Let's go to like 316. John 316, obviously. That actually looks about correct. And then what I need is a bunch of little crap in here to take off the borders and stuff. So if BD is 0, does that help? That helps to fit it in a little bit more. Is there anything else on a label that I can take padding away? In fact, with that BD gone, I might be able to go up to 22. And it'll still fit. Yes, it will if I move you back to more of a 20. Okay, I was going to say 24, but if you say 23, then yeah, it's going to be more like a 24. The BD being the border. So that now fits in there. Need to set the background color equal to the background color. So what color is this? It is 214449. Doesn't really matter because I just copied it. So the BD is equal to 0. The BG is equal to hashtag whatever. Oh, and a comma. And somehow that anchor for TK Center actually is working. So there, we're now seeing that the way that we intend to see it, but it does need to apparently come down by 1 pixel so that it doesn't override the... doesn't go over top of that little thing. That's not a lot of room to put those little messages in there. But that's the design that I went with, apparently. We also want the foreground color to match the foreground color that we'll be using. So what is our foreground color on all of this stuff? Give me, well, it's you, isn't it? You are 5BC8 something something copy. So I'm going to need to wrap this anyway. Put you down here. Is it foreground? And we're going to need the hex hashtag. Yes, indeed. So there you go. It fits. And I just may have to change, you know, what those status messages actually say in order to fit the space a little bit better. But, I mean, short of going down to Courier 7. Okay, and it's not centering it. All right, so it won't be at 7, but we'll leave it at 7 right now while I figure out how to center a label. Because there's like 3 or 4 different ways that it does alignment and centering and padding and shit, and every time I just have to look it up. So Tkinter, label, widget, sure. And then Control F, center. Anchor default is center, which is where in the label the text or image should be located. But I did say that, and it's not doing that. Justify. Justify. See, now that's the other thing. You got anchoring, and then you got justifying. So the anchoring is for, like, the area that it occupies, and then the justifying is for the... But it said the text, and so it lies in the fucking documentation. It's great. I love it. Justify. tk.center. Still didn't work. Cool. Cool. Not cool. What the hell? Defines how to align multiple lines of text. Okay, so there's it's for multiple lines, so then you're telling me that the anchor is in fact correct. Are there any other center things here? It's just anchor and justify and compound. How to combine text and image in the label. Okay, I'm not interested in that at all. So, anchor. Default is center. So, actually, if I didn't say anything, then it should center it based on the width that I have given it. So, if I just didn't say anything about anchoring, it should, but it doesn't. That's just my experience with Tkinter, generally speaking. It should, but it doesn't. Let's go to Stack Overflow. Tkinter, label, center. In frame of fixed size. You can use .place for your label since your frame and label have different parents. In place, you can use anchor equals center. Specify the starting point of your anchor with X and Y. Okay, so we put the anchor down here instead if we want it to work. Anchor equals tk.center. Good. Exactly correct. So it's behaving differently now. So we identify like the center point. Is that what we need to do then? Where it should center on if we're going to center it based on that. So if that's going to be the case, which would make sense, some sense, then the center point will be somewhere around there, 102, but it's not 102 because it's in from the edge of this, because that's what it's bound to, so it's actually more like 82, probably 83, actually. I'll start with 83, and also you're going to have to come down a bit, so we're looking at 322, I don't know, take a guess. Getting there. 90 and 325. Okay, that's centerish. vertically anyway. So go up to a straight 100, straight hundo. Hundo looks close. I'm going to add 2 more pixels to it. There's a little bit more white space on the right than on the left. That looks correct to my eye. So I'm going to leave it there, and we're going to set the size of the font back up to 8. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to have to change what the actual outputs are of that in order to make them so that they're less than 22. Because 22 is as much as I'm giving it the space to fill. And just to test that, were I to... Well, I can't really test that, but we're going to trust that it works. Cool. Okay, so that gets the that working again, and that is, you know, the actual state of the program running in the background, so it's updating it to game window not active. If I had cluster truck open right now, then I could, you know, show you that that's working, but we don't need to. Frames per second label, didn't actually plan on that, so let's start planning on that one, and let's put that in as well. So, ooh, I can just say FG instead of, you know, the word foreground. All right. So that might actually fit on a single line now. We got rid of the anchoring and justifying, and it does. Nice. For you, then, the foreground color will be the same as this one. Your background color will be the same as this one. Font equals, it's going to be the same as this one. So font equals font. The width is going to be whatever the hell. But this needs to be this now. You're not going to fit on a single line anymore. BD is equal to 0 and pad Y is equal to 0. Okay. If I restart... Oh, that looks so cool. Oh, damn, do I like that. Okay, so let's move that up a little bit more, and maybe in a bit as well. Yeah. Just thinking. Don't mind me while I process in my brain. Maybe in a little bit more? Yeah, let's pull it back from the sides. It's not crowding it. That's good. A little bit higher still. So 82 instead of 84. I'm going to try shoving it like right up there. You know, things sometimes look real good when they're real tight. Yeah, and the whole, like, let's not push it all the way to the side. Nope, let's push it all the way to the side. Push it all the way to that top corner. I like it. So we now have frames per second coming through there, and the fact that it's updating like that is real nice. I like it. It looks very techno-y. You know, old tech. And that it looks like that. Cool. Cool. Next thing that we'll need is the actual file label, which is why when we've been using the load file option and I select one, why we're getting an error down here is because I don't have a place for it to stick it anymore. So let's put that place back in, which is file label. Okay, do I have a file label? Nope, I completely deleted it. All right, so back up to... where are you going to stick that in? I guess in with this stuff. Like here. In fact, before the frames label. So self.file label is equal to, it's going to be a label, and it's going to be attached to, you actually need to not be attached to self. Oh, this is going to change its positioning and stuff, but you need to not be attached to self, nor does status label. Shit. All that little, like, moving things around is about to get fucked up. Because these actually need to be attached to, what did I call it? I called it the on-screen display frame. OSD frame, which means all the little, a little bit more on the X, a little bit more on the Y. It's all fucked up now. So if we go back to the program, or back to GIMP, maybe I can save myself a little bit of headache here. And the idea would be to start from the top left corner of this and come down to, is it going to be there? Because it's going to be binding it to the right. Yeah, it should be, actually. It should be something like that. So that's going to be 161 by 28 for the frames per second thing. Let's start there. 161 by 28. Yep, very close. See, I can save myself some time occasionally. Go down to, or go up to 30. I still want it good and close. Not 39, but 30. Nope. 32. Still not enough. 34. And we're there. Do I like how tight that is? I like how tight that is. I think maybe just a little bit less tight, actually. On the right side, anyway. Yeah, that's nicer. Okay, so that's back in place. Now the status label is going to be from the top again. If we grab this corner and come down to here, status label is going to be in the middle since it's center bound. And in fact, it's going to be like that. And that would be 82,279 as a starting point. 82,279. Fucking nailed it. Boom! It's right back there. I might raise that up by 1 on the Y, though. I might just leave it. It was perfect. Why would anyone tinker with that? You'd be an idiot. Okay. So those are back in place, and they're attached to the right thing. The reason why they need to be attached to the OSD frame is that when I click the settings button and this pops out, my idea is to make that go invisible, or, you know, just disable the visibility on this whole OSD frame thing, which will make it look as though, well, it'll make it look like this. If I zoom back out on you, and then I just... So it'll, like, kill the power on everything. It'll make it look like we turned it off because the configuration boards is open. Then you slide it back in. And I will be recording sounds of me going... No, I won't. Going digital, says Jermaine. Yes. So, there we go. You're back in place. I was working on the load button before all that shit broke off, right? So file label equals tk.label, which needs to be attached to OSD frame. The text of that is going to be none until you load it in, I guess. We'll say text equals none. Just none. No file loaded. No file loaded, we'll say. And then all of these characteristics need to be carried over, including that stuff. The font comes down, comes back up. So we got no file loaded, the background color, the foreground color. We got the font at Courier 8, which is probably right. And then it's going to have a width. This is going to be a label that needs to have a width that limits how much of it can possibly be. So the width, in fact, might as well put that up on the unused line. The rest of the width is going to be equal to how many characters? Cluster truck. It's going to be a lot, and it's going to try and overwrite where the frames per second thing is. Unless I put it a little bit down from there. I kind of liked the idea of them sitting side by side. That's a shame. I'll make it just 12 for now, and then we'll see how they manage to deal with one another, and then we will, you know, we'll place, in fact, the file label at the place where it wants to be. So if I want it on the same line as the frames per second label, then we do want it to be on the 34 on the Y. It'll be 34, and then the X will actually be just a few in from the side, and I'm going to say, like, 8 pixels in from the left, since we are attached to the OSD frame.
Cluster truck égale 13 including space.
No spaces. It's actually going to be clustertruck.config, so it's probably, yeah, I'm going to have to play with that, but it's going to try and it's going to draw right over the top of it. See, it doesn't even fit the words no file loaded right now. Oh, is this one where I'm actually going to go for, like, a tiny font? Oh, that was changing on the frames per second. Actually, having a tiny font for the frames per second is doable. And then I can have more space for this and just have them on different lines. Yeah. What do you think of that? Because, I mean, the frames per second are not something that you really need to, you know, if the program's running right, you don't need to be paying attention to it. And if it's not, then you'll be looking hard at it and it'll be fine. So yeah, if I make that, and then I can leave this at 8, and I can give it enough width for the file load stuff to actually be able to fit, you know, the names of things in. So let's take it up to 18, and let's drop it down just a couple of more pixels so it doesn't go, you know, writing over the top of the frames per second. And it isn't. It's also in very much the wrong place for some reason. Because your alignment is center, and I need you to not be aligned center. I need you to align TK dot northwest. You don't like that? Oh yeah, you don't have an align. You have a justify. But that would be multiple lines of text. So do I have to do this on the place line then? And do align, align equals TK dot northwest. Must I truly do such a thing? You don't have an align. What do you have then? Anchor. That's and that's what needs to be up there. Yeah, the align doesn't need to be there. It's the anchor needs to be here. Anchor equals TK dot northwest. It's just, there's so many different things that do that it's really, you know, bullshit to try and figure out which one it is you actually need. So no file loaded. N, 3, and then it's 7, 8, and then 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's 14 to do no file loaded. Width of 22. If I click here now, or rather if I click here now, and I did cluster truck backup.config, there you go. Now we've got one that we can, like, experiment with. So we've got baku, p dot sfg. So we need 5 more on top of that. Let's see if it actually fits when I give it 27 width. It probably won't. Load file. I put that in the wrong place. Width of 20. Oh, well then it's 18 plus the p dot sfg, which means it's actually 23.
When items are larger than the limit, but only when you hover over it.
No, you over it. What about the text auto-scrolling to the left when items are larger than the limit, but only when you hover over it? Yeah, you get on that. I just don't want to have to. Now that's the file label, but I just made it smaller and it didn't get any smaller. 21. Okay, so now it's 21. And if I were to load this in, it's a good idea. And it'd be very much the way that you'd expect things to go. There you go. So clustertruck.backup.k, because it's a really long one. And it's backup, apparently, from the misspelling. But that's a really long one. In one that isn't so long, it would just say clustertruck.config. Like that. So yeah, that's going to be where I'm going to say good enough for today and for now. I could move the file label over a little bit more. Yeah, I kind of want it sort of in line with the edge of that folder pixel art that I did. So that you have like a similar... It doesn't look good. It's too tight. It's too tight in there. It's too tight on the left. Yeah. Can I split the difference? Really? Like 1 pixel pawn? Yeah. That's what, you know, it's the difference between whether it looks good or not. I think actually it looked best when I was saying, I don't think I like it that way. So yeah, we're going to go back to where I said, having that little bit of something there. It's good. Clustertruck.cfg. It's a little bit tight on the top level too, so if I were to just move you down by an extra pixel to 37, 37 is a good number, generally speaking, and then load a file in that's long enough to get all the way out there. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Looks good. Looked better before when it was really riding the top line of it. Back down to the 36. Okay. Future update then, Sister Mason? Yeah, I'll put it on the plan for it's Christmas of the fourth quarter of the never. It's a good idea. It would look good. I don't know if I'll ever get around to bothering with that, but it would look good. Maybe it would be like a feature to add to the library, and then it would make it worth my effort building it in. 2040, yes, in 2040. No one will be alive by then, so yeah, I can make that promise. 2040 is when we'll get around to that. So we've got the load file thing is working, the frames per second, and the game window not active thing, or the status area is also giving us the datas. Okay. So then, what next? Now we actually do have to attack the interior. I really do like that. It's looking really quite good. I didn't think it was going to look that good, and I love that when you mouse over it, it's totally like fucking, DOS or DOS like 3.1 days. Now I'm not thinking of Windows 3.1. I'm thinking of like DOS 3.0. My first operating system was DOS that came on like 6 to 8 floppy disks. And I don't remember what version it was. Probably like a DOS 5.0 or something like that. So my first programming language was QBasic because that's what came with that version of DOS there. But I like that. I like the way that it's looking. Back to this just to see where I'm headed. So the next thing is the check bars and this stuff and the highlighting and all of that. And that's going to include the creation of yet another new class that I'm actually quite excited to make. My labelable class. Your labelable class? My labelable class. Which is going to allow for something that I don't think... We should check and see if the Tkinter label actually supports it now that we've gone and had to go looking for label widget information, and I stumbled across the idea of this compound. Controls how to combine text and image in the label. By default, an image, if an image or bitmap is given, it is drawn instead of the text. If this option is set to center, the text is drawn on top of the image. Use bottom to draw the image under the text. Default is none. So here's what I would assume, based on everything else I've seen from Tkinter, is that when it draws the text on top of the image, it will have a background color to the text. It won't just draw the text on top of it. But I could be wrong, because they could have done this in Tkinter in their own thing that they made just by using canvases. So maybe that's what the label widget is based upon, is a canvas that gets text drawn to it. And if that's the case, then I won't have to create my own class. Which will be kind of disappointing because I was eager to create I'll still create my own class because I want it to be able to be hovered over and have hover states and things. But let's play with that right now. We'll make a quick label to shove in somewhere. Self dot test. In fact, no self required. Test label. Test label is equal to tk dot label. Text of this label is going to be fish. Oh, okay. I didn't mean to type that. Jesus Christ. There we go. Just trying to keep it clean around here. So text is shitballs and image is equal to UI. Well, the image has to be loaded in. So test image is equal to tk.photoimage. File. Is it file or is it load? Go over at the library there and see how we do it. It's file. Okay, so file equals UI slash what are the names of these? New selected BG. So new selected new selected bg.png. That'll load that image in, and then I can pass the image into it by saying test image is the image I want you to load, and then it's telling me to use the compound command. Compound equals tk.center. We're probably going to have to establish a width and things, but it should open up to, we'll just see how it behaves. Test label dot place x of yo mama fat, no. What I meant was 30, and then y of, I don't know, 100. And then the label needs to be attached to the self, because we just want it on top of everything, and give that a go. There you go. Shitballs. It worked. So the compound tk.center, the image that I loaded in does not appear to be anywhere, does it? If I were to give it like a width of 200, is it going to do that by text or by pixel now? Pixel, apparently. If I were to give it a... so the width didn't expose that it's like hiding the image anywhere. Height of 20. Height of 190, apparently. I don't care. Yeah, so as far as we can see, when I loaded in the text, the image, despite the use of the compound command, there is no image. Like, the label space is just completely overriding everything. When set to center. So the compound thing, then, just to confirm I'm using this right, let's change it to bottom. Doesn't seem to be making a damn bit of difference in any way, shape, or form. Self.testImage. I need to hold on to this image. It can't just exist for a little bit. It's got to persist. There we go. Okay, now we've got it. tk.center. And now we'll find out if it can actually write the text over the top of the image. It can. Oh, okay. Interesting. So the text will be drawn on top of the image as though you did a canvas and then you drew the text on top. Curiouser and curiouser. If I take that out, then we get that. And if I were to BD equal to 0 and were to FG equal to the foreground colors that we've been using, it's still got, in addition to a BD, it's still got something else for a border on a label, apparently. So, what else he got? Highlight thickness. Highlight thickness equals 0. Nope. Made no difference on that one. How do I get rid of the last of that border? Is it going to be the padding? Default is 1 pixel. Yep, that's what it's going to be probably. So BD equals 0, so pad X is 0, pad Y is 0. I think you can actually just combine those into one statement and say padding equals 0, and then it'll cover all 4, left, right, up, and down. You cannot. Cool. Pad X equals 0. Pad Y equals 0. You probably can in a different class because Tkinter is just so fucking consistent. There you go. So that gets rid of all of the shit that's around it, and then you just get the thing that you drew and the image, and yeah. Yeah. I think I'm still going to write my own class to do this without relying on the label thing. Because my class will support the idea of doing a drop shadow or a border. Well, I don't know how far I'll go on it today, but you'll be able to... It can draw the text, and then it can draw the text, like it could draw the text under with a shadow color first, 1 pixel to the left or down or right or wherever you tell it to be, and then it can draw the same text over again on top of the image as a canvas item, and then it'll look the way you want it to look. But that's impressive. I didn't think Tkinter could even get that far in being able to put text over the top of something without it having like its own its own background color that ruins everything that you're trying to go for. If I were, just because I'm curious, sitting here staring at it, I'm curious. Isn't he just a curious lad? I think there's something a bit curious about him. Move you down here. Change the font to match everything else. There you go. There you go indeed. Again, on your own, going down the only road you've ever known. If I were to font up a little bit on you. Yeah. Interesting. I think I still want to write my own class for this. As one, it won't take, you won't have to say tk.label, text equals, image equals, compound is tk.center, border of 0, pad x 0, pad y 0, and then set your font and foreground colors. You won't have to do all of the ripping off. I mean, even if I just nested a class where it did everything that label does, but it automatically took off the border and the padding, that would make it useful from the command line and save you a bunch of space on your, in your code. But yeah, I'll be able to support more features than this supports, like the idea of doing drop shadows, of drawing the text twice, of being able to change the color of the text on the fly. Well, you could do that with the label. But yeah, I didn't think that they did that. I didn't think that it worked. But it does. Still going to do it my way. And do it my way, which is probably basically the same way that they're doing it. My implementation will just be a little bit cleaner for them. So we know that that works. We know that that works. All right, so back to that. Lovely. Is that where we're at? Is it the stage we're at right now? No, it's not. I'm saving the hardest stuff for last, because that's smartest to chew. If I were to put this scroll test back into place and then size it to where it needs to be. So the scroll test, we've got a width of 161, which actually looks very close to perfect. I'm going to say it's actually like 160. This is width and height, yeah. And then I'll move you in by 1 on the 23, and I will reduce your width by 1 as well for 227. The scroll handles, I think, are 10, or are they 12? Let's just go and look to see how big the scroll handle is going to be here.
Pawn creepy and his cocky mysterious and spooky his is all together running pawn his house is a museum where people come to see him. He really is a scream running pawn.
Pawn's creepy and he's kooky, mysterious and spooky. He's altogether ooky. The Ronin Pawn. I know me some Addams Family. The old stuff is the best. The movies were actually, like, the first movie was pretty good, I thought. They were pretty faithful, and they managed to grab most of those characters and also tell a new and interesting story about the Addams Family. That was a good movie. It was a good thing to do with the Addams. I don't know. I think they did more of them, and I didn't, want to see them screw it up any. So I just didn't. But yeah, I like that. Morticia and, her husband, the cuck. No, their relationship is just such a playful show. So that's good on the, sizing of some of the stuff. It needs to obviously come down in its placement and then get shorter. So in fact, it's actually a little bit too long on the X as well, is how it looks to me. Yeah, so you're gonna have to come down to like a 159 on the X, or on the width, rather. It might even take less than that, but that looks okay for now. Just trying to squeeze it in there so for later, and then I'll start repopulating it with the new images and stuff. So on the Y, gonna need you to come down to a... Where's the last place that we were dealing with, like, Ys here? 36s, but those were on the interior. Oh, well, this has to be on the interior as well. That's right. So all these values are worth nothing to you. The width and the height are still the same. It's just where it gets placed. So that's going to be more like a 40 there, and the X is going to be a 3, probably, because there's a line of pixel, there's a line of pixel, and then something like that. Yeah, wow, I managed to kind of slide it right in where it needed to be, didn't I? And any additional width is just getting eaten off the side at this point. Yeah. In fact, that being the case, let's drop this down to 150 just to see what happens. Yeah, okay. I think it's actually right at 159. And with the 3, it looks correct. We need to come down a little bit more on the Y placement to get underneath the next line. So let's just jump up to 50 on that. Okay, I think I'll have you go a bit lower than that. Let's go to 54. Yeah. And now for the height, take enough off so that we can see the status bar. Status area, but not that much. 210, put 10 of it back. Yeah. Yeah, that looks about right for where we're headed with this. So, ooh, nice. Nice, I think nice. Settings, in, out. Anything else to be done here? I don't think so. Nor do I. You don't actually need that. That's not going to be a thing. I'm setting the background color of this after to that, which if I... Do you accept quargs? No, you don't. Because it's just such a... There's so much complication going into the scroll pane that I didn't want you throwing quargs at it. So that's why you do it after the fact with a config. Yeah. So then the color, the background color, should be this. Not that it's going to change anything, I don't think. Anything that we can see anyway, because it populates the whole space the way that it's being manifested right now. Those are working, the scroll bar is working, it's in the correct position. Now we just need to make it look the way that we want it to look. So, with my checkboxes. So, self.checkbox true. Where we establish the states of the checkbox, I'm going to end up with 2 of these because I'm using the same checkboxes. Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not anymore. So checkbox true. Where do I actually... What are you doing? What's going on? Control F, check. Checkbox true. There it is. So UI checked. Nope, not anymore. UI new underscore, and then what did we do with this? New underscore, checkbox, checkbox MO, checkbox active, empty, empty MO. Got it. Maybe. See how long I hang on to that. So the checkbox, new checkbox, and then new checkbox MO, and then new checkbox active. And I will just go ahead and copy some of this so I can type a little bit less. New checkbox empty. And then you would be the new checkbox empty MO. And then you would be the new checkbox active. It'll be the same image regardless of which side you're coming at it from, is the idea there. How does that look? Does it even work? It does. It's the wrong size for things. Okay. That seems to actually be working, so we need to change the size of when those are instantiated, and those will be created in the load patterns area. Is that it? Or is it in the class of checklist? It's in the class of checklist, and the height equals 23. No, this is the thing. Width and height of the actual check buttons. I've just made a little class that wraps around these. Might change that. But what is the actual size of one of you? It is a 10 by 10. Very small. Very, very small. So width and height are 10 by 10. Reload. When you mouse over them, you get that. When you click on them, you get that. When you click off of them. Really? Ah, because that's when it's that background color, that'll make sense. That it just sort of falls through as empty. When you hover over it, it mouses over. When I click on it, it's going to go to that if I, hit it. So it's... makes me wonder if... I should have a third image for that. Because when you mouse over this, you get that. When you click it, you get that. And then when you release, it drops through to that. So if you started with this, and then you clicked on it there, then I guess the sort of functional equivalent, it's kind of an inverted setup here, but the functional equivalent of that would be to just have a filled one, a completely filled one. So if I go to lines, copy, paste, drag you down, drag, motherfucker. Drag you down. What is your problem? Why you no drag? Did I copy from the wrong place? Lines. No, I copied from the right place. So you, copy, paste, drag. Oh, God fucking GIMP. GIMP is this little, it's fucking bitchy when it comes to this shit. There are settings in GIMP, you'll accidentally hit a button, you just hit a key while you're doing something else, and you'll come back to it, and the whole program will be on lockdown for you. You won't be able to do any of the things that you want, because the design, the user interface design on this is so... almost work. Almost. And there's a whole page dedicated to GIMP has stopped doing anything. And it's just have you tried this? Have you tried that? Have you tried that? Have you tried that? Because it's got so many ways where you can accidentally, without knowing what's wrong, just be fucked. Just be fucked. Just make your own layer. Your own layer. And then, no, I can't. What is going on? What is going on? Is it because that stuff? Copy, paste, drag. Nope. Has nothing to do with that. X. I can't delete from you either, but I am on the right line. Oh, and I was able to remove everything. U. X. There you go. There you go. What changed? I have no idea. I still can't fucking move the thing. Go down. I can't drag it with the mouse, but I can move it at the keyboard. It says I'm anchored. And that's what it's suggesting here. Pick a layer or guide, move the active layer. There you go. Okay, so that setting probably got switched without me knowing it. Because that's the kind of shit that happens in GIMP all the time. And they don't try and fix that user interface flaw that is theirs. They just write, long-winded texts about, have you tried this? Have you tried that? What about the other thing? What if you did this instead? I have no fucking clue. Ask someone who, knows how to program, I guess. Edit. Copy the visible. And checkboxes are here. Give you an extra state. That's you. Export as. New checkbox. Empty. Active. That's what we're going to call you. Very long-winded titling conventions I've come up with now. So then this is where we want to be. Where you at? Here? No. Box true. Yeah, so let's do new checkbox empty active. And then when I click on these, yeah. I might switch around like which are which, but now we've got the full gambit of them. Or gamut. Or gambit and Jubilee, and that's just a weird relationship, wasn't it? So what can I do else in the instantiation of the checklist kind of stuff to control maybe colors or something along those lines? BG is equal to BG color. Where did I set BG color? Is that a thing that I had? BG color. BG color is equal to white if I don't establish it. Okay. So that makes the list. What do we got here? We got the check button. We got the frame with a black background. We got the label, which would also have a white background. All right, so the colors that we see are not being handled by the checklist. The colors that we see then must be handled by the load patterns part of this thing. And yes, they are. So checklist, and then I'm handing in this color 5570AA. And what we want instead is you in the background. Change you to that. Okay, we're immediately that much closer to this kind of working without me having to rethink it too much. Another thing that's going to happen is this spacer is not going to be here anymore, so we can get rid of the spacer and the grid. Do we really need to? I don't know if we're going to need to grid it like that anymore, but we get rid of that spacer and then the other spacer as well. I mean, I could have, like, the green lines for the spacers. I 3D printed an asshole, says Dendy. He looks more likable in that. He looks like a Dennis the Menace character, you know? You didn't quite catch the essence of him. Can you somehow make, like, feces drooling out of a side of his mouth or something, maybe, to... It's good. It's really good. Is this... Seriously, is that your own 3D printing? And if so, like, who painted it? Because, shit, that's not yours. You printed from that model, right? And then this is a picture of what somebody did with it. Hi, my name is Dennis, and this 3D print was created by a Mexican immigrant. I like that his mouth is open like he's waiting, you know, for something. But yeah, now that we've got the background colors there, it's looking better. I'm going to get rid of all these lines. So the checklist gets gridded on. Self.last pattern equals checklist. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's for highlighting it, which is a whole nother bag of donuts. Whole nother bit of a mess. But if I go back up here, then I've got this line that we're not going to have in there anymore either. Simplifying my classes. Getting closer to a simple visual design. The label itself is going to need a foreground color that matches our foreground color. So the FG is equal to, but I need to know what it's equal to. Which is going to be you. And the label, FG equals ampersand, and a comma after that. There we go. Now we've got the text coloration is kind of correct anyway. The orientations are not, though. That's not how I want it to look anymore. The text, so the label in terms of its placement is going to be less in and less down. So if I were to 0 on the Y to get it up toward the top height, and then I were to bring it back closer to the check boxes, 24. That's closer to what I had in mind. The other thing is that this font needs to be font equals, you guys, that the font is equal to Courier 10, maybe even 11. Okay, let's stick with 10. That's the size of the other big ones, anyway, if I recall correctly. Maybe that's actually bigger than all of them, right there. Huh. Are they all Courier 9, then? The 9 looks good. I mean, it's okay if some of them go off the screen. We can put in a horizontal scroll bar with a snap of our fingers. Let's go back to the original design just to see what it's supposed to look like, because it ain't supposed to look like that. Not quite. We want it in a little bit more from there, and then like that. Yeah. So in from the clustertruck.config, from where the no file loaded is saying right there, we want it to sort of tree, you know, or at least insinuate that tree effect, which means that the checkbox itself needs to come in by... I mean, actually, it doesn't have to come in. If I move the label negative? Why do I have to move it negative? Is it because of the way that I'm, like, centering it or something? The padding? Why does the checkbox seem so high? Let's just lower the checkbox pawn. I guess that's an idea, isn't it? So move the checkbox down to like 6. Now they're more on the same level, yes. I think the label still does want to come in a little bit closer. Yeah. And then the whole thing wants to move in, so instead of doing it there, if I do it down where I actually create the list of these things, or where I actually, like, where do they get loaded into? They get put into my scrollable pane. There it is, scroll test. Back when we were just testing it. The scroll test, and we attach scroll test equals the scrollable pane, and then when we call the stuff, load patterns, pulls those in, checklist, sets it to self.scrolltest.inner, and then it places itself, well, it grids itself. Oh, I see. So the grid is going to kind of fuck me over a little bit on that. It's sticky to the west. If I were to add a pad, do I have to underscore the X here? Because sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. If I did a pad X and I did on the left side of this, I added 10, and on the right I added none. Does that work here? It does, but then we lose the coloration for the background, which just means that the inner needs to be set to that background as well, that background color. But that's the kind of tree effect that I'm looking for, maybe a little bit less than that. You know, to keep it simple, stupid, let's just do the placing where I said let's not do the placing, because it's worse and better. So we'll do the placing here where the checkbox position will actually come in by 10, and you'll come in by 10 as well. Yeah, and then back it off a little bit. Let's go down to 8 instead. So 13 by 30. And maybe even less. Let's go down to 11 by 28. Or rather, 11 and 28. Yeah. It's giving the nice insinuation of that tree. Just to look back at our design and compare. The line of that is kind of lining up with the leftist mostest edge. It's kind of between the C and the L, really. So if you come back over here and look at what we've actually got going, Well, let's get the C and the L in there. It's a little bit more into the C. I don't hate it. Spacing isn't quite right yet, but I don't hate it, which is good. Do I have a height established for just the whole, like, area of the thing, or is that just implicit? It looks like it's just implicit from what I'm looking at here. Because I think it wants more spacing or something to help it. The label is actually going to come down by 1. It's not. It's not going to come down by 1, is it? No, I don't think so. Okay. We're getting there. It's a little bit, you know, bland is what I'm seeing. Now that it doesn't have all of the selection, you know, grid stuff over the top of it. It doesn't have all these different examples of different ways that I could do a background, you know, shade in a monochrome setup over it. It is kind of empty. It feels empty. But let's just carry on with it for now. Let's fix the scroll bar on it, because it's another, like, kind of easy thing to do. Kind of. Back over. Let's get the scroll bar handled. So the scroll bars will be somewhere down here. I've lost complete track of this, because it's all been just a great big experiment, so I haven't been, you know, keeping my code nice here at all in comparison to the way that I wrote the library. So the scroll test, and then the size of the scroll bar is established as 12 right now, but is that the actual size of the scroll bar? That will be under new underscore short trough. Tell me about yourself. 14 instead, because it's got some space that it uses to just be like a buffer. So if it's 14 on that, then you're 14 for you. Now the images here are what we need to update. So what do those look like? Just give me some of them off to the side of the screen so I can see the general format of how I did this. So this is the trough mids. So it's going to be new trough. Okay. New trough mid. Is there just new trough mid? No, it's got 3 different states to it. New trough mid, empty, half, and dense. Okay. So new trough mid, empty. Get that back up and, like I said, have some of it back there so I can have some idea what the hell I'm doing. The dark, this will be the mouse over. When you mouse over it, it'll be new trough mid. Go ahead and just like copy the new trough mid side of these things. We'll try half. Right, we've got a half, don't we? And then we've got a dense. Yeah, a half and a dense. So we'll do half there. When you're actually clicking on it, it'll be dense. And then the disabled state will not be defined, which will make it the first one. It'll inherit that. And then the trough caps will be very similar to this, except for, what do we got for, like, caps for the troughs? We got new trough cap. We just have one. We just have one image for a new trough cap. It's always the same. Okay, that makes that easy. Saves us a line in the code, too. New trough. Look at new trough cap.png. Yeah? Yeah, looks like that way. Scroll mids now. This is going to be new handle is what I called all this stuff. So new handle mid. And do I just have a straight up new handle mid? New handle mid. We got new mandle hid empty. New handle. New mandle hid. New handle cap. Do I just have these two for handles? Okay, for handle mids anyway. So new handle mid. And then empty might just be the disabled state. Or maybe I'll do mid empty. No. No? No. Like that. There's no like mouse over event for the scroll bar. There's no, yeah, it would just be for the disabled state. So disabled paths equals new trough mid empty.png. Yeah. And then the caps, I think there's just going to be one cap again. New handle cap. Except for it's not trough. It's handle. Same for you. I almost overlooked. And then load her up. Yeah, I typed in some of that wrong. Image not found, new handle mid empty. Okay, well, I mouse over. And then we drag. Good. Now when I mouse over and I actually click on that, it goes to the even denser state. And then when I let go, it goes to that. That isn't bad. The ends for the caps, the ends just doesn't quite look right. You know what? Don't even need an end for this. Do I? I don't think you do. Not for the handle part of it anyway. So if there weren't any handle cap, can I just say none? Do you mind, in fact, if I just didn't say anything, would you bitch about that? No? I wrote this library pretty good. There you go. What's the one that you're saying that it doesn't exist? It's new handle mid empty. So the one for disabled paths. New handle mid empty. Let me just copy that and see how it is that I typed it wrong. Ah, I didn't. I just forgot to put the UI in. There you go, no complaints, and if it were disabled, then we'd see it like that. But as it is, yeah, it functions. Anyway, let's get you off of there so we can just kind of see it on a neutral backdrop. There's this, well, it's scrolling, you doing that kind of stuff. And then if we wanted to, I love, you know, the fact that I put like 140 lines of code into the scroll bar thing, a lot more in order to make the scroll pane work, but it was worth it when you can just change that and get two things that don't work or look right. Oh, God, what the fuck happened? It's broken. It's broken. Okay. It's worth it when you, whatever it was that I was saying, and I'm wrong, because that don't work. I think it's because it rotates the images, but I can't drag it either. It won't let me drag it. Damn it. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I hate to find out that the fucking scroll bar shit, as much time as I spent on it, is still not, like, perfect. That's just disgusting. I don't even want to fucking know about that. Never mind. Never mind. Part of that, I think, is the way that it was looking anyway, was that the images have like a little 2-pixel overlap on them, and since it's rotating them, the rotation of it ended up on the wrong side because of where it was. It rotates it that way as opposed to that way. So we were getting more bottom on it than top, which is what we'd want in the first place, which is no big deal, and I could actually probably change just a couple of things in here. But the fact that I couldn't drag it, but I could click it from one place to another is just like, oh, fuck. It also seems to have, all right, pull it back up just so I can look at it. The reason why I can't drag it is because it seems to be in locked out mode. So even though there is enough space for it to be dragged right now, and I can click on these handles and get it to move left and right, it's gone into a disabled state. It's gone into a disabled state, which is why it's just sort of empty in the middle of there, which does actually, make me realize that I do need to have, I don't need to, but I ought to have the end cap for the mids in there. So if I went back to scroll caps, skinnable, really only the disabled path needs to be set. UI, new handle, mid, empty, new handle, cap. Well, you didn't complain that it didn't get loaded, so that's fucking weird. Because I'm not seeing that cap there either. So new handle cap, where is it? New handle cap.png. It's supposed to be, yeah, you can't even tell what it's supposed to be, but it's supposed to be. I expect to see it drawn there, but it's not. And I think that's going to have to do with measuring measurements under the scrollable class for when it when it resizes the handles. So if we go all the way down to the scrollable class and we go to resize handle, and I were to do the part where I disable it and I just comment that out. Expected an indent block. Yeah, sure you did. Sure you did. Just pass for now. Yeah, see, now it looks the way that it should, and it didn't disable it, and it works. So it's actually, that's the right size. That little white bar right there, that is what I'm talking about when I say the images are flipped in the wrong direction. I'm a little bit, okay. But then the trough should have been big enough to fill that in. So you still shouldn't see that. So you can see like the handle, its width is big enough for that. Weird. Several little issues. So what is this test for disabling it that shouldn't have done, because we do actually need it to be enabled in this state? How did you pass this test? If self.handle winfo width is equal to the winfo width, so if the handle size is equal to the trough's size and the handle's height is equal to the trough's height, and it is clearly not right there, but it somehow passed that test, which would mean that it did that on its way through. So because in the process of Tkinter starting up, it does a whole bunch of shit in different, turns. My resize handle event happens several fucking times. It happens many, many times. So in one of those times, it passed this while the measurements were still wrong or fucked up, or Tkinter was still, jiggling its balls and having a merry old time with itself. And it disabled it, and then it came to this state, but it was still disabled. So if not self-handle X, or then this, else self.enable that. Let's, simplest solution. Could I just say basically that if you call the resize handle event, that we make ourselves active at the beginning of it? Why don't you like that? Unresolved attribute reference active for the class scrollable. Well, we've got enable. That we enable ourselves regardless. It still decided to disable it even at the end, so I was wrong about it passing that and then never. So either it never resizes the handle, but it must. It must, you fucker. Print. No. If the linked width is not equal to the inner width, or the linked height is not equal to the inner height, and that's because so that it can measure this stuff. So that it can measure, like, the fact that I've put in the vertical bar, which means that it needs to, the horizontal bar needs to account for the fact that the vertical bar is now blocking part of the pane, so it does that first, and then it calls the self.resize handle, and this is an internal process, and this is an external process, so this gates it so that it doesn't always happen if it doesn't have to happen. Which would make me think that it's actually being stopped here when it needed to do it one more time right there. But it's fucking Tkinter again. It's just Tkinter with the bullshit of not updating its settings at reasonable times that are actually helpful to a developer. You change things, and then you even tell it to update the idle tasks, and sometimes it just don't. Sometimes the information that you're getting out is just not right until a little bit later. I mean, when you call the update idle tasks thing, it always updates the figures, but it does not necessarily update, it doesn't update the frames, so it's just a bunch of fucking tricky little bullshit is what it is. And if you don't have an update idle tasks in all the right places, then something's going to happen. Do you do anything, like if I did that, no change. If I did that, no change. So updating the idle tasks at either of these points makes no difference. Even though it's querying info heights and things like that. Well, wait a second. Self.linked, though. So, self.linked .update idle tasks for you, because that's what you'll be actually checking. And it's actually self.linked.inner, so we could, further reduce the amount of tasks that get called there. Going straight to the thing. No change. No change, so apparently don't need that shit. And then you are also calling that shit, so actually give me that shit. And see if it just... I'm trying to not have to look deep into this by just crossing fingers and hoping that, yeah, nothing will fucking work. Because it's Tkinter. And I'm also not clear on whether or not this is implicit or not, that when I update the idle task for myself, does it update the idle tasks for all of my children as well? I would assume that that happens, but then again, it's fucking Tkinter. No change. Which means I'll have to actually, go down the rabbit hole to try and figure this out. If I weren't to update the idle tasks, does that... See, now it stays disabled and fucked up. Or it's disabled completely, which is actually, more consistent behavior. I'm still not getting... Oh, and they're both disabled now. Cool. I'm still not getting the end caps for them. So back over here and let's see why that is. Scroll caps, just the disabled path is UI new handle cap.png. I wonder if I don't actually account for that being something that you can do to just set the disabled path. Let's say that I did that, and then that. I'm still not seeing those end caps, so I don't know why they're not being drawn, and I have to assume that they're not being drawn because of faulty measurements or something in the other algorithm, in the other part of all of this bullshit. That's my guess. Oh, well, no, because you didn't fucking add them back in here, you get. I made the scroll caps thing, but then I never added it back in. There you go. Now we're actually seeing the caps at least, and then if I did just do it as the disabled path, does that work? That also works. Okay, we're back on there. So now I'm getting the behavior that I expect for that, so that it's being drawn as a big empty space that's useless. Another math issue, says Jermacian. I don't know what the hell it's going to be. I know what it's going to be. We've been looking at it, and it's going to be this. It's the, the final little steps here when it's trying to resize the handle and figure out, like, what should be what. It's clearly doing some of this one more time in order to, like, get the correct width for the bar, but it's already disabled it in a previous step, and it's not re-enabling it. So if I'm thinking, do these need to have an enable command here? Like, if not, self-handle active X. So if the X is not active, or the width of the linked.inner, the background linked.inner, oh, that'll be you, is less than the linked.inner width, then self.handle.config width is equal to self.winfo.width. So these two statements here and here are meant to say basically, if things be all fucked up and whatnot, if we don't need a scroll bar, just set the scroll bar equal to, the maximum width. And what I don't know is how we've managed to come up with a scroll bar, a handle, that is less than the maximum width, given these two, but that has also been disabled when the disabled qualification is that this has to be equal to the maximum width and the maximum height in order to then, like, actually trigger the disabling state. So we've somehow managed to get it's disabled, but it shouldn't have been possible for it to be disabled, and that just reeks of Tkinter's update idle tasks issues that arise. That at some point it managed to take a measurement where this actually was the largest that it could possibly be, or something. So I guess what I could do is I could, whenever we call resize handle, we can print the inner's inner width. Ah, well, that would be our inner width, what we've defined it as. That's fine. We'll just print both of these side by side. And that'll be width. And that's what we're interested in, is width, because well, they both fuck up. I don't know. The horizontal one is the one that's fucked up right now. So every time you see how many times that resize handle thing gets called, it gets called 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times, which it happens twice for, once for each bar. So it's actually being called 3 times in the process. And at the beginning of the process, they are equal. And when they are equal, we'll call a disable. Then they're not equal, and our inner area is actually smaller than because that's what I'm printing, right? We're calling the imaginary space in here, which is sans like vertical scroll bar, is less than the actual width of that. So in that instance, where our imaginary space is less than that, like that should be that way, and then it stays that way the rest of the time. But in the first call, things are equal. All things are equal. And that's when it falls through and hits this disable button. I would just imagine in the next 3 times that it gets called, so 145, 154, self.linked inner.winfo width is less than the inner width. And here it's greater than, and it's greater than, and it's greater than. So that doesn't happen, which means that this happens. We do the self.enable, and then we do the config of the handle. Print. Is this happening? Yes, it is. So it's doing the measurements correctly, and it's firing that, and we're calling self.enable, and that's the last time that we come through, and yet the enable isn't actually happening. So it's maybe just broken in the enable. We call the super, and then if we're not enabled, then self.handle.enable is self.linked to. So we enable ourself. Well, we should be, but what is the super of this? It's a trophable. And the trophable is right here, and your enable is all of these bindings get set. And then you set self.enabled equal to true, and then you do the update hover. So actually asking whether or not self.enabled equals true is stupid, because implicitly we're always going to be. So that doesn't need to be there. Because when we call the super is going to call this enable event, which is going to set self.enabled equal to true. So why check if we're self.enabled, knowing that we will be through there, unless the goal of that was to see self.handle.enable. If we call the enable, we want to enable the handle, and we want to do that. Yeah. Okay. That won't have changed anything, though. That won't have solved a fucking thing. So when we call the handle.enable, the handle is a draggable. We go up to the draggable and we look at its enable. And its enable is to bind the B1 motion and then call the super of its class, which is a holdable. The holdable, when we enable it, doesn't have its own enable event, so that's going to come back to pushable. Pushable doesn't have its own enable, so it's going to go, or no, that's not a pushable. The pushable is here. It doesn't have its own enable event, so it's going to go back to clickable. Clickable's enable is also calling a super, but it's binding the button 1 and the button release as well. And then to enable you and the go. So deeper still, we go back to hoverable. We look at enable, and we get the binding for enter and exit, update hover, self.enabled equals true. The linkages make sense to me. the way that they dip through. We're calling self.enable because it's the next thing that happens after is this happening. So how are we still disabled? After self.enable, print self.handle.enabled and tell me, are you enabled? Scrollable object has no attribute handle. Really? Because right here, self.handle.config with, and then right under there, self.handle.config. So right up until I started printing from the handle object. Self.handle.enable. Oh, this is because I took that little bit out that didn't make any sense to be there, which was this. Yeah, this is a stopgap because of the inheritance of classes and shit. Okay, I remember what that is now, and I can't possibly explain it. I'm too deep in my own ass trying to figure out what the fuck is going on here. But I want that print in there again. So move the print from is this happening to you, print, self.handle.enabled. Tell me your state. False, false. True, false, false. So the problem is that it's not actually snapping through to the enabled state. Self.enabled equals true. This is a bad idea. It did not fix a fucking thing to do that. Let's look at this right before we do this test that disables it. Print defuck. How many times are you firing that? Once. And then the false false, and so it never actually gets properly enabled for some reason. Put you in before that, and put you in before that. Does that break everything? Nope, but it doesn't fix anything, and we somehow still manage to come out as being false, even though I've set... Ah... Go back to our enable. If not self.enabled, then do the self.handle.enable. Ah. So actually, in order to get that to fire the way that I want it to fire, I'd have to set us to false, and then do it. And it still didn't fucking do it. I'm just changing this to directly enable the handles. And it's still in a disabled state. Now even the trough is dead. Now I can't even click on the trough anymore. Jesus Christ. Do you just want to keep it a static size? Well, I could hack it in there, but no, not in my library. I'm not going to fuck with my library that way. I didn't know that there was a breakage in the library here, something that wasn't working, and now we found it, so I gotta sit here and go, what the fuck? Jesus fucking Christ. Like, how is it that after I enable it, it's not enabled? How do we manage that one? Exactly. Let's try this. And it's disabled, like, functionally, too, so I can't grab on it or anything. Now look at our enable again. If not, self.enabled. So if we're not enabled, after we do the enable, then we fire the self.handle.enable. Because this is a whole thing. Like, this is trying to... It's fucking snaking in its own tail shit in the classes here. Because we're going to call the super, which is the trophable, and basically the enable event is going to fire before we've instantiated the handle, before the handle exists. And the handle can't exist until after we've done the super call, because we're going to attach it to our self, and in fact our self.inner. So if we don't instantiate ourself, then there won't be a self or a self.inner to attach to, so I can't like attach these before I call the super, so I have to call the super, which means the super is going to automatically enable itself. So I'm trying to do something down here that avoids firing this part of it, because we've overridden the enable. So basically the super is going to call this enable because it's been overridden. So we're going to call super to the initialization, and then the initialization of that is going to call enable, which is going to call this because it's been overridden, and that's going to fire this code, and it's going to try and enable the handle, but the handle doesn't exist yet. So that breaks the code, which is why I'm doing this if not self-enabled. So if we aren't enabled, then do the thing. Now for the super.disable, we do set self.enabled to false. Go back down here, look at this again. When we call our self.disable, we disable the handle, and then we call the super. Disable unbinds all the shit that enable binds, changes the image, and changes the state. When we enable, we do the update hover, which changes the image implicitly. I still don't, like, after all this research, I understand better what's going on, but I still don't see why, where, or how we end up in a state where this. I still don't get that. Shoot the very bottom of this. So self.handle enabled. So this will be the horizontal handle, and this will be the false or the vertical handle. So horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical, horizontal, vertical. The horizontal is clearly being pulled back out of the we're disabled state. That's happening, but it's not happening. You know? Like, I don't think we'd have the trough actually functioning if we weren't firing the correct events for re-enabling things. So we are enabled when we call the disable. In fact, I don't need that there. Just before we call the enable there, we are enabled then we're disabled, then we're enabled. So if we are enabled, self.handle.enabled, print both of them, print ours and then the handle. So our state is changing, exactly what I was saying. Our state is changing. We're going from we're enabled to we're not, because in the process of this instantiating, it's moving things around, it's doing tests, and for a moment there we should have been disabled. But then it does another test and goes, oh, okay, the handle has resized again, so we are enabled. But the handle is not being enabled, which is crazy. Let's print it after, too. So, in fact, I'll add before. And after. So, yeah, look at that. The last one, after, the handle is still disabled even though we've been re-enabled. So, everything's enabled when we start this process. And then at some point it, got to a state where it was like, yes, this is something I should disable. And it was correct because Tkinter is fucking off instead of doing what I want it to do at that point. But it'll come around and it'll get back to it eventually. And it does. So we end up with a true-false state. So before we call the enable, then we call the enable, we're false. We call the enable and we're true, but this didn't happen. So the problem is simply this, that as I was saying before, when we call the super of this, it enables us. We get enabled. So this super has to happen after it. So we get enabled, and then this test is always wrong. Like, if not self-enabled. So if we're not enabled, then do these things. But it's always going to think that we're enabled as long as we're calling the super first, so it's never going to actually process that other side of things. But if we do the test of if not self-enabled before instantiation completes, then we break the code. That's what's happening here, right? Scrollable object has no attribute handle, so it did test that we were not self-enabled. So if I'm surprised to see that the super does not set the enabled state true in the first instance. You're atrophable. I'm going all the way back up to the top here. So self.enabled equals false when you start up. Why the fuck would you do that, bitch? Oh, God. Oh, God. You should be true, and that's going to break something else. Like, there's another reason why that is set in a way that it shouldn't be, probably. Oh. Okay. It's alive, but I can't drag it. I still can't drag it. But we do have the true statements going on here now. Okay. I just shouldn't have had that like that. The self.enabled was false, and I was going, oh God, why did I put it that way? I must have been hacking something in to make it work. But no, apparently. Now my only problem is that I can't actually drag this bar by grabbing it and moving it. Which makes me wonder if it's... Let's do a little testing here. By scaling up the font of all of this text. So, where does that text come into play? Load patterns? It's going to happen under checklist, apparently? Courier 9. Let's say Courier 12. See, now it goes way off the screen, but this didn't get resized appropriately. the resize is still not happening correctly. Fuck me. Because now it goes way the hell over here. So the horizontal isn't working. Vertical works fucking fine. Horizontal, fucking broken. Why? I don't fucking know. Ugh. We've gotten past the disabled problem. Now the resize problem that wasn't a problem until recently. Hey, buddy. Hey, Mr. Paws. The same set of operations happens for vertical and a horizontal, or at least should. So let's check the code here to see if I've done something really obviously stupid. This is going to be for height. I don't know if you can see that there's a cat back there. Just kind of being onerous toward my green screen. What? Huh? What? Back to you. And undo whatever that button press is. So this would appear to be for the vertical stuff. Self.handle.config height is equal to winfo height divided by linked inner winfo height, linked inner height. Yeah, so then this would be the width and X stuff. I think he's going after his brother. His brother must be back there too. What you doing, Paws? I think he's gotta be messing with his brother. Bags. So self handle X or self linked inner W info width is less than in comparison to self linked to height is less than or equal to. Okay, let's add the equal to sign. I don't know. Without having to think about it, I don't fucking know. Like, the measurements are just inarguably not right there. But less than or equal to on the resize handle. If it's less than or equal to, then we set it equal to. Well, if it's less than or equal to, then we don't have to set it equal to because it's already been equal to. So if you don't have to with the, but in the self-handle.config / yeah, actually both of those should just be less than. No secondary check. Because if it is less than, then we don't have to set one equal to the other. Or, I mean, if it is equal to, then we don't have to bother. Only if it's less than. So we set the handles config, its width, equal to the winfo width in that case. We set it equal to the winfo width. Do we, though? Shouldn't we be setting that to the inner width? Or is this for the trough? No, this is handling the handle. Ah, right. So our width, winfo width, is the width of the trough. And the trough will have been resized to match the self.linked.inner width? What handles the fucking that's the resizing of the handle. What handles the resizing of the trough? Whatever is, that part is working, so I'm not going to fuck with it. I'm not going to look into it, because I don't think that's where the solution here is. The problem is that this is not being resized correctly. The handle. The chicken or the egg debate. It's definitely the egg or the chicken, one of those. But it's the handle. And it's not getting, its measurements aren't coming up correct. So again, I was just going to compare these two. I was going to go self winfo width, self winfo height divided by linked inner winfo width, linked inner winfo height times self linked inner width times self linked inner height So those are the same equation, just for width instead of height. And I didn't, like, mess that up in, like, a copy-paste operation, so that's fair enough. For what it's doing, you know, it works here. So why it no work here, bruh? Let's once again do the self update idle tasks. Shove that in there just to make sure that it's getting the most accurate set of informations, and then we can also do self.handle.update idle tasks. I assume that's implicit, but apparently I don't assume it that much when I'm bug testing. And then we could do self.linked.update idle tasks. And give everything every friggin' possibility that it could have. Self.linked.inner.update idle tasks. Okay, so it's not about updating the idle tasks. Or so we are asked to believe. But if the measurements are correct, if they're up to date at that point, I did a self.update. I actually drew that. Drew everything. Which would implicitly call all of the other things. Yeah, no difference. No difference. And cannot drag it, and it also did not resize it correctly. So somehow this works, and this doesn't. And just so that we're clear, all of this worked at one point. And then it was, you know, I had to do a rewrite of a lot of this stuff. It just doesn't make any fucking sense. If it works on the vertical and the horizontal is the same fucking formula, but for width instead of height, then should fucking work, shouldn't it? You know, if this is the exact same set of statements and it works fine for the vert, let's go ahead and just, like, tab you out. You don't happen anymore. Now the vert don't work, but, like, it still drags and everything. It just didn't resize it appropriately. It started out with the base, like, size, and didn't resize it. But you still fucking work. If I did the same over here, now I can drag that. But look, it doesn't even think that that's as big as it thinks it is. So it's confusing, like, the actual width of the inner for the width of this space. Like, because the inner goes out to as far as the text goes out to. Whereas here, on the vertical, it's seeing all of it. It's absolutely seeing all of it. Also, quite a bit confused as to why I can't drag this one down here when it's that size. Because it's definitely not equal. It's definitely got room to move. Need a multiplier on the lower bar? What I need is for the lower bar to be taking the actual measurements from the actual space here, and I think it's taking its measurements from what it looked like it would move when I took out the resizing aspect. It looked like it was just going to, you know, the space that's behind the scroll bar and then stopping. And that ain't right. So, which would relate to the idea of inner height and inner width. Inner width being the, not self.linked.inner width? Yeah, self.linked.inner width. That being the concept of an imaginary space that becomes smaller when a scroll bar exists over the top of it. So we make a measurement from here to here minus the scroll bar, which puts us here. So times self.linked inner width. Why would I be multiplying anything by anything? What's this formula actually doing? We take the width of this entire trough, the self, our trough, our self, so the whole width of the trough, and we divide that by the linked inner winfo width, which is to say we're dividing this space by this space. You know, if the text comes out to here in the unseen area, then that's what we're dividing this by. So this by like this. So let's just do some imaginary calculations to follow along. Let's say that that's 200 pixels divided by 400 pixels. So we got a 0.5 is now the thing. And then we multiply 0.5 by the self-linked dot inner width, which would be this imaginary space. So if that was 200 from side to side, well, you'd be 200 from side to side there, and it would also be 200 on that, which would be kind of like, why are we even doing this thing anymore? That would get us 100 pixels, which if it was 400 out here, and this was 200, then you'd want this to be 100 pixels wide, because that would represent half of the space that you needed to drag across the 200 pixels in order to move the full 400 pixels. So that is the correct calculation. That is the correct calculation. Makes perfect sense. Second update task in after the enable? Did it change anything? Not a fucking thing. Yeah, my phone doesn't know what the fuck's going on right now. Okay, we're good again. The handle is not being resized correctly. So I need like a printout of all of the fucking values that it's using in order to decide how it's going to configure this. How it's going to configure the width of that. So print this, which gets divided by that, which gets multiplied by that, and do that every time. So 159, 159, 159 is the first time, and that's when it like disables it, because everything is equal. So, yeah. So that should have been 159 divided by 159 is 1 times 159 is 159, which makes it the size of, you know, the space. Then things change. 145 divided by 154 times 145, and then 145 divided by 154 times 145. See, the 154 is what's incorrect here. It's not 154. It can't be 154. Because look at how much, like, text runs off. Is this happening because I've nested something in something? I'm in the panel. I'm working in the panel. The things are being attached to the panel. No. My thought was, is there something that it's bound to that's getting in the way? The OCR deal that limits its space in the first place? The fact that it's existing within another frame? And so maybe my code isn't broken, but I can't do it that way? Because, on-screen display, the OSD area is a frame in and of itself, and then I pack this into that frame. But the inner still has to fucking expand as far as it has to fucking expand in order to fit all that text. That's how it's always worked. But the 154 can't possibly be 154. If it was 159 to start, and then I, put this over the top of it, that's just wrong. Print, that's the linked.inner.winfo width, and that's no. You're no. Not correct. Not correct. It can't be. If we go back over to here, and we find the place where we instantiate the scrollable pane thing, which is here, and we tell it to be 159 across. That's its width to start. And here's its height, and here's how big the scroll bar is. We use that scan, and we do both those things. And then the things get attached. You're on the OSD form, but that shouldn't affect what goes on inside of you. So, are we still attaching everything to scrolltest.inner? .inner. Scrolltest.inner is where we're attaching all of the checklist objects. And the highlight pattern thing isn't actually happening. Checklist. Did I maybe set a specified width that it can't break, or... No, I mean the same way that this goes off screen and goes down further and further and further, and that's how we can measure it to know that we need to keep scrolling down, is the same way that it goes from left to right. So how is that 154? How are you 154? You can't be 154. It's not fucking possible. Fucker. And yet that's what that number is. It's the inner winfo width. God damn it. Inner. Update idle tasks. Doesn't care. Self dot fucking linked dot inner dot update idle tasks. Still thinks it's 154. I can't do the math if you give me the wrong fucking values, Tkinter. I can't math it if you hand me imaginary numbers that aren't relevant. And I don't know why you started doing it all of a sudden here. Why I can't query the width of that and get back, the actual fucking width of that. But so long as you're literally lying to me about how much there is to that frame, which is what that is, I can't... The fuck can I do? I can't do math on something if you won't tell me the fucking numbers. And for some reason, you tell me the numbers vertically, you do not tell me the numbers horizontally. So... what? So that is right. 145 is correct on the width. So that's not an interest or an issue to me. The self.linked.innerWidth, that's correct as well. That's what that should be. This is the value. This is the value that's fucked rectally. So let's try this. Put it here. 159, 159, 154, 154, 154. It can't be. It cannot possibly fucking be. With all that text that is that big and that's just going. And it's just fucking going. Unless my labels do have a set width that they can't grow beyond. We got width equals 10 for the check button. Courier 12, font, text, pad X. Like, the label, is the label restricted in any way? Because these are all the labels. Hey, I have a question, says Condriano. Please distract me from this hell. The label is unrestricted. The pad X, the background color, I can fill it with as much as I want to fill it with. It's just going to push out and push out and push out. Alright, so where am I calling checklists? Width is 154. It is. There's nothing wrong with my fucking code. It's that I have limited how big those list things can possibly be, so it's 154. That's why it's lying to me. I'm lying to me. And now they don't exist anywhere. What's going on? What happened there? What's the deal? But the load patterns here, by setting in a manual width, I was restricting it to what it could possibly be in terms of size. And then when I took the width away, it all disappeared. The checklist, without giving it a width. I mean, and yet... So what the fuck? What's now? This is just Tkinter. Like, I've built a library to try and get between you and the bullshit that Tkinter comes up with, and the fucking convoluted mess of nasty that Tkinter is. And even I, the author of the library, can't use my library without getting my fucking hand accidentally shoved into the asshole of a cow that is Tkinter. I don't know how that metaphor works, but I just feel like I've got my hand stuck in a cow's asshole, thanks Tkinter. That's what I'm saying. If you are done with your library, what do you need to be able to install it with... you're just going to have to download it. It's just a Python script, just a little Python script. So you just have to download it from GitHub, directly, as opposed to being able to do any kind of installer package deal. And it's not done, but it is usable. I've made some changes today. I'm still working on it. If you go to the pre-release section under github.com/RonanPawn/guiABLE, if you go to, there are two branches, the pre-release branch, then you can clone or download it, and then guiABLE.py, just import, drop that into the directory wherever you want to work, and then import guiABLE.py at the top, and you can play with the various classes here, which this is not a complete list anymore. I'm still very much in the, development part of building it. But yeah, you can just grab it from here and shove it in. T equals, does the width need to be a float? Does the width need to be a float? No, because it's pixels, so it does have to be an int. But why would it disappear when I take the width away? So checklist, we're no longer saying that it has to be a certain width, and I'm doing a place. So because I'm doing place, is that the thing? Is that the thing? Did I change it from being a place to a pack, or a pack to a place? Probably while I was fucking around up here. So if I did I have it as a grid before? something. There's something. If I pack it, then the natural behavior of a pack operation is that it will expand it to fill the space. So if I were to pack one and then pack the other, and then I'll pack it in your pack you, all right. No, not place.pack. Pack. Label.pack, and then we'll just see what happens with that. Should be a big mess. There you go. We got a nice big mess on that. But look, the scroll bar still doesn't fucking work, but nope, still doesn't fucking work. It does at least do that. I can't drag it for some reason. That's a whole nother fucking issue. But it is at least coming out to as far as it should be coming out to. Yeah, but for some reason I can't drag the horizontal bar. And again, it's just mind-blowing because, like, the vertical bar fucking works. So how is the horizontal bar does not work, does not, then, you know? How the fuck do I get there? And yes, it has become a giant, disgusting fucking mess. So let's instead grid it. We'll grid it. Grid, row, 0, column, 0, row, 0, column, 1 on the label. And it'll keep it in line. It didn't. Bad option. Row must be after, because I didn't change you from pack to grid. Grid, it'll keep it on one line. Here we go. Yep. Okay. Now it's doing that again. We're going to want some spacing in there and stuff like that. Check button.grid. If I add in a pad X, or do I have to pad underscore X? We'll just try pad X and we'll make it 10 on either side. Okay, that's a little bit more than anybody would want probably, so let's do 5, well, many more than I want for this application. It's 5, can I do like 20 and then 8? Yeah, you can. Okay. So, but not 20. We wanted more like 10 or something. 11 and 7. Lucky numbers. It's an auto splitter, so there should be lucky numbers as often as possible. Okay. Now I got to figure out why I can't drag my bar. Can drag this one. Can't drag this one. Just won't let me touch it. And we believe that it's enabled presently. If I were to set the size of that text back down to something semi-reasonable, say a 10, okay. Is that right, though? Like, if I were to turn it way the hell up, does that bar size change? Yeah, that bar size change is good. Okay. So back down to something reasonable. 10, it'll probably be a 9 in the end. But for now, so that I can be testing whether or not it all fits. Yeah, let's put it down to a 9. In fact, I think it'll still not fit, and that'll be what we want. Yeah. Okay. So now, why are you not dragging? The handle size is correct. So when scroll is for scrolling, move canvas is not the problem. Are you actually enabled? Or are your bindings valid? That would be a good place to start. Are your bindings valid? Because we do this link to operation. Because, I mean, if this one works, this is a draggable. So this is a draggable too, so that should work. So I'm thinking that it does have to do with the bindings because of that moment where we call a disable up front and then we call an enable later. The enable should, like, rebind all the inner shit for the trough. Which actually for the trough it would. Enter, leave, button 1, button release, and it binds all of those things. But the enabling for the draggable, like, I need to check at the end of the whole process, at the end of all the resize handle events, is the handle self.handle.enabled. Is it? is what I want to know. Print it. I could have probably just done that without a print. Print it. True, 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 true. So it's happy with it says it was false for a second there, but it's true, 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 true. So it's enabled. But its bindings maybe have been broken. When I call enable, we do self.handle.enable. So the handle is this draggable, and then the draggable, we've done this before, I know. The draggables enable binds B1 motion and calls the enable of that, of its parent, which is a holdable. Holdable is a pushable. Pushable is a clickable. And then the clickable has the enabling of the button one and the button release one, and those bindings. And I just got a feeling that those bindings get wiped out and then they don't get remade. Even though they should. Are the buttons PNGs from GIMP that you implement as Tkinter buttons? Yeah. Yeah, I just exported them as PNGs from GIMP. I don't know what the photo image, Tkinter photo image class, what it requires for different kinds of images to load in, because I haven't done a lot of experimenting. I know that it's supposed to support GIFs and PNGs and a couple of file formats that I've never heard of before I went reading the documentation. But I'm not sure what the standards are for GIFs, because as far as I can tell, the photo image class doesn't support the idea of alpha channels. So a PNG with an alpha channel, a GIF with an alpha channel, what would it do? And I assume it would just have, some default color for any of the see-through pixels of one of those, but I just haven't done a lot of experimenting yet on it. But yeah, anything that's a PNG should work. I would expect anything that's a GIF should work. That's the thing, is that a GIF, there's a lot more variability in the ways that you can make a GIF, how many colors you can pack into it, and there's a lot of non-standard ways to make a GIF. So I've just been sticking with PNGs because that part of the code is entirely built on whatever Tkinter, Python's Tkinter photo image class actually supports. And the PNGs just worked, so I stuck with those. But yeah, this, I don't know, let's just, because it's annoying me that it looks so awful on screen, let's fix that real quick, because it's one of the things that I actually can fix, is to go in here in my GUI, and wherever it is that we make the scroll pane, we will set the BG. Oh, we are setting the BG to that. So it's going to have to be then what? What is it that you're on top of? You get the scroll test area. And then you get the... I would expect that since I am setting the BG to something, that it would be that color. Set it to red. That we wouldn't be seeing this white. But apparently the white is from another layer. So what would that other layer be? Would it be the... Let's go ahead and... Oh, God. What? Oh, shit. Oh, shit, shit, shit. I forgot. Fucking PyCharm is one of the ones that uses Control-Shift-Z for the undo, as opposed to Control-Y and Control-Z, and... Alright, where the fuck was I before, I probably just tore half my code apart? God damn it. You. Cunt. It's okay, I'm not American, so I can say that. I am American? Shit, don't tell anybody. Yeah, you... I just want, the BG. Give me your background color. and take that up to the instantiation of the OSD thing for the on-screen display frame. So if I made the on-screen display frame and then I had you have the BG of that, would that do it? Nope. Nope. So it's not the on-screen display of that. Incidentally, where are these prints that are throwing things out that I don't want to know about? You? Good. There we go. So it's not you. Status line. It's gotta be the thing. It's gotta be the thing itself, the scroll test deal. Is there a pane inside the scroll test pane? The inner. Right. So self.scrolltest.inner.config. Jesus Christ. And then BG is equal to that. And gotcha, bitch. Alright, so now at least the color, doesn't go looking like shit on me. Okay. But the dragging of that horizontal scroll bar, that is why. Why? We've got the right size. We've got, so draggable, in the draggable class, very simple thing that's going on here. It's got to be the bindings. So what I want then is click. When you're clicked, so draggable is a holdable. A holdable has this thing, and I want you to print clicked whenever I click on anything that's a holdable. So holdable here, I click it, and we see that it says clicked. I click it again, it says clicked. We go over here, click it. It's saying clicked. So the click is working. When we click, it is firing the clicked event on that handle. Okay. So if the click is working, self.x equals event x, the mouse drag event is called by the B1 motion event. That must not be actually fine. Print enabled on the draggable. So it happens 3 times, first during instantiation, and then we get that false claim, and then we get the true claim again. I have to assume that the B1 motion is being overwritten. So if I search for another one, or, boy, I hate to do that. Yeah, let's try and not do that for a second at least. So did we go back up? We went back up. So the draggable class, the B1 motion, nothing overrides it. Like there's nothing else in the class that actually goes after the motion thing except for this, except for when you're dragging the whole window. So then print yeehaw if you actually call the mouse drag event. Mouse drag event is not being called. If I were to do it here, you see that it works on that one, so it is being called there. If nothing's overwriting or unbinding the B1 motion, like if it's been disabled and then it gets re-enabled, is the draggable portion of it itself not being re-enabled? It is. When we call enable, we get reattachment, all this stuff, but we don't attach the stuff that we don't. That's the B1 motion should be enabled. It got disabled because the thing called once, it called the wrong. It saw it as something that it should disable, so it disabled it once, and then on the next instance, it enabled it. And when it enabled it, it called self.handle.enable, which is it calling the enable of this draggable object right there. And when it calls the enable of that draggable object right there, what happens is the self.bind b1 motion self.mouse drag. Ta-da! So how? Why? It is no longer draggable. Change a name? Yeah, if we could just change a name, that would keep them from tracking me down again. What? This one works. This is enabled. We know that when we click on it, a thing happens. I'm sure that if I like check to see if it's being hovered and stuff, that would all happen. Is there a way to like print the bindings or something? Print self.bind bind tags? So here they are. Backgroundable 2, scrollable pane, scrollable canvas, canvasable draggable, canvas, all. That doesn't tell me anything that I wanted to know. So that doesn't help. The bind tags, I don't know what these commands are, but do you have a list of bindings that actually helps me? Bind. Can I just call it without providing it? I mean, it's not complaining that I'm not providing it a thing. There you go. B1 motion and configure. So it is showing, yep. So we had B1 motion, now we got B1 motion and configure after the last enable of the false. It goes false, and then where's the other print that's going on right now? In fact, we'll do self.enabled for you. Any other prints in here? Just you, self.bind. I want you to do self.bind. I want you to do self. I don't need to, I know that it's going to be enabled. So, at the end of this whole thing, talk to me about my bindings. So this will be the instantiations. That's instantiation. We got button release 1, we got button 1, we got leave, enter, and B1 motion. And then, after this shit, we end up with just button release 1, button 1, and configure. So we've lost leave, enter, and B1 motion are all dead and never got rebuilt again. Which is kind of the fuck say you? And let's do this because I swear to God. Do you swear to God? Fuck that God. So at instantiation, that's what's happening. That's what's happening. And then after we make it false and then bring it back, we had B1 motion and configure beforehand, and then we called the super, and we ended up with just button release 1, button 1, and configure. So we are dropping those in the enable call to the super, which is like, the fuck? I have to have an unbind call in the enable of a previous class for this to be happening. So holdable is going to be the pushable, There's no enable class there, so we just move on. Pushable is here. No enable class there, so clickable. We have an enable class. Self.bind button 1, button release 1, which is what we end up with. Button release 1, button 1, and we end up with a configure eventually. But we also call from this enable the super of that, which takes us back to the hoverable, which is here, where we bind enter, leave. Right? You're a hoverable. This is the hoverable. So this is where we also bind enter and leave that we also lose. We don't get enter and leave back at the end of this process. So we're calling the super, we're calling the super, we're calling the super, and at a certain point it just like gets bored and says, that's enough. I don't think you really want the super called, do you? Is it a matter of like fucking parenthesis bullshit? Because you're calling the super of your class when you enable. It's the first thing that you do, and then you attach button 1 and button release 1. How about we do it after? What if we did it after? How about after? How would you feel about after? We still end up with, like, we actually end up with less now somehow. B1 motion, configure, configure. After the fact, we just have configure left. Whereas when I had it beforehand, we actually ended up with button release, button 1, and configure. So something about this call is actually getting rid of bindings. Like, once we hit bottom and we call this enable, we lose shit? Okay, tell me what the bindings are here. And then tell me what they are after the update hover function. Oh. That's a lot of shit now. I can't tell now because there's too much shit going on. Give me all the fucking prints that aren't that. So, on this enable call, don't bother. We know that everything's fucked there. Because we make a lot of stuff, this is being called for everything. But, leave, enter, B1 motion, configure, and then configure is what comes back after, I presume. Yeah, it's gotta be. So, it's actually something about calling update hover is breaking everything. So if I call update hover, I know what's breaking everything. I know what's breaking everything. Okay, I finally traced it back, and now we can make some fucking sense of it. Where am I in the code? I'm so lost. So the enable disable. What's happening here is that I'm calling the update hover before I've set enable true. The update hover checks to see whether we're enabled or not. And if we are disabled, when it checks the update hover, then it calls the disabled state. Because it's trying to, update hover is just trying to make sure that our images match. So by calling update hover before I set enabled, thank you. That's what was like redisabling it and calling again. There you go. And it's back to life. It works again. That one little thing. I've just done all these little tweaks and tinkers with things. And God, it is just fucking, it's like, it's held together with just wet dreams and popsicle sticks and sex toys. Why do all of these things insert into something? I don't know. My mind's just going there. But it's just like one little change somewhere and broke half a dozen different fucking things. But that was it. That was it. I finally made my way to the bottom of it. When you call update hover, we go up to update hover. I will show you, because I never showed you. I just like remembered what this thing does. I added in at some point, because I was having a problem with update hover where it wasn't respecting the idea of a widget that's disabled. I added in this check. If the widget is enabled, then check to see if the mouse is in or it's out and call the right things. And when I added that, it became vitally important that a function actually set the enable state of the object of the class before it calls update hover, or else none of this will happen. And in fact, it will call the disable function if we're not enabled, which is maybe a bad idea. But no, the idea behind update hover is that we're trying to, if you call update hover, it's trying to like force an update on, you know, the visual state of whatever it is that you're calling it on. So it does have to check, is it enabled or is it disabled? Oh, it's disabled? Well, then I'll update the visual state to being disabled, which shouldn't cause any problems. If the thing is already disabled, you disable it again, no harm, no foul, unless it's calling it wrongly like we were just doing then. Okay, we got the things that worked, 2 weeks ago back to working. And we've actually gotten, like, everything looks cool, too. It's interesting. Yeah. Everything's, like, looking all right as well. None of it fucking functions. But, it looks like it could function. If we load the file up, clustertruck.config, nothing happens, but we do get that little, all right, clustertruck.config, and then the level completes there. I think I want those closer or something. I also don't want the auto for this. I really don't care if you can see that or not. Or do I? Do I actually want that to be in there? If I do, like, I have to change the way that this is inheriting its, and look at that, you can actually see the little white thing there, and I don't understand how it is that you can see that white space. It's weird. It's weird, man. Oh, Dramatian has to go. Good night, Dramatian. The width, or rather, it becomes the height of this image, but the width of this image, I don't understand why the width of this image isn't the same. I mean, it should be. It is. And that means that you shouldn't see that little strip of white behind it. Disabled, and we've got that. Those are the wrong things. What are we looking at then? What are you? I think you are end caps. And here are my different, like, mids. And they've all got that, extra 2 pixels off to the left. What's your size? 117. Yeah, you're not what I'm interested in. You? What's your size? 14. What's your size? What's your size? 14. Yeah, I don't really have a good explanation for that. Why I'd be getting that, just that little wee bit of white there. I don't quite understand why there's that white on the trough and not on the author. Not on the author. In any case, like this, I just can't do it that way. I can't have 2 pixels of extra trough space on the side like that, because it's going to rotate weird like it has here, which means I just have to put in like an extra kind of a buffer of some kind if I want it to not butt right up to it. If I want there to be some little bit of a gap there. I'm not sure. We need to take a live stream break if I'm going to carry on with this, because I need to just step away and let my brain repair after all that bullshit. But before we do, something that I'd like to tinker with, I think will actually make me a little bit happy, to make it look just slightly better without having to kill myself, is to lower this area down right on the edge of that line. So that'll be the height of the scroll test area needs to be increased, which should be this, 210, let's try 216, 17 apparently. Okay, but you've gone down too low, unless I just want to get rid of that line entirely. If we come back up to 215, that little dotted line in there, and it is in there now. So if I had actually typed what I meant before, which was the 216, it would have been perfect. Get that little line on the bottom of it. I don't hate it. Doesn't need to be there either. Doesn't need to be there either, to be honest with you. I mean, if I were being honest with you, which, you know, I don't, that's odd sort of a thing to do. I would think be honest with someone. That's, who needs that in their lives? But that line, where did that line get instantiated? Test image is new selected BG. It's me playing with something that isn't in use anymore. File label, frames per second label, status label. And this is the definition of our stuff and the scroll pane. But where's that line kick in? New form status line. What if I just got rid of it? If I just got rid of it. See, but you're going to want it when there is no horizontal bar. Yeah, you are, aren't you? So you want it there when there is no bar, which would be achievable visually just for testing by changing U to false. And then it'd look like that. Could put another line right in there to, you know, really section it out. Mr. Truck. I wonder if it's probably not going to be very obvious to people to click here to load the file on their first opening of it. But then it will be configured for cluster truck on the first opening, and it will include the thing, so fuck it. Looks a little bit tight. Little bit tight down there. We're going to give it just a little bit more space. Then the height of hue, and come back to say a 214, and the status label bit, where's that? That's here. You'd come up by 2 as well, I think. At least 1. Let's bring it up by 1 to 278. And then the line itself, which will be you, come up to 269. Like that. You come all the way to 268, I think. Yeah. Yeah. It's certainly doing that thing. Like, it's got the visual effect going on. It needs a little bit more work in terms of spacing, graphics, maybe a little bit of extra separator bar, that kind of thing. But the overall visual, you know, style that I was going for actually kind of works. Kind of looks like it should. If I'm honest with myself, which I don't want to be. What we need to do, the big job that was ahead and has long been ahead, and that we're nowhere nearer to, is to create the labelable class and then make each of these one of the labelables, where it's got, you know, that kind of a texture image underneath it, but the text is being drawn on top of it. Shouldn't be a big, arduous class to actually write. Shouldn't be that complicated to do. I am just a little bit burned out after all this shit to get the horizontal scroll bar working again, though. That broke because of one little, one little insignificant change that turned out to be massively significant. Live stream break or just kill it, Pawn? I think we'll live stream break. I'll grab a beer, and then we'll come back, and I'll just slowly and calmly proceed. Yeah. So we're going to do that thing. Take ourselves a live stream break here for 7 minutes. Good opportunity for you to, go to sleep, probably. But I will be back here shortly. Join me, or don't. Whatever makes sense to you. Here's some music for you. Pawn not out. Hello, I am the Ronan Bawn, and welcome back to a Twitch.tv. Thank you very much. Welcome back to a Twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn live stream here on Twitch.tv/Ronan Bawn, where we're Python Tkintering. Here's the state of the program after another couple of hours thrown in. It's getting there, though. It's getting there. The GUI looks very, very similar to what I drew up in in GIMP here for what I wanted it to look like. So we're close. The next thing is going to be it's going to be this beer. Let's just open this beer. I've let my nails get so long now that I'm afraid to open a beer can with, by sticking my nail underneath and popping it up, because they're so elegant. Look at those. They're just long and but yeah, afraid that I'll snap them if I just shove them under a pin and pull up. That's gonna help my mood. Anyway, the next thing is getting this mouse over effect with the with the stippling. The stippling background, and it's going to be, I think I want it to do a mouse over, and it'll mouse over while you're like scrolling along them, just to make the program a little bit more visually attractive when you are moving the mouse over it. But it will also automatically select whichever was the last pattern that it fired. It'll highlight it, which is it's not really doing anything other than highlighting it to, again, be a visual effect, to be like, oh, it's doing stuff, which it is. So, in order to enable that, I've already made the two images here of a, normal state and then the selected mode. But what we need to do is create a whole new class, which I love to do, in my guiABLE library that I've been building as something that goes on top of Tkinter to make Tkinter actually functional for us. So we're going to make a whole new class called labelable, and it will slot in here under skinnable, before skinnable maybe. Labelable. Will it use skins? Now here's a question. Is the labelable class going to be a child of the hoverable class and inherit all of those properties? I want it to be able to hover, so I think the answer is yes, which means it will take a skin, but it will just be a hover. It will only use 2 states, well, 3 states, because they all have the option to be disabled as well. Yeah. makes sense to me, so I'll shove it in right under hoverable here before we get to a clickable. Unless we want it to be a clickable. Yeah, we do want a labelable to be a clickable. Do we want it to be a clickable or a pushable? Now is the question. Pushable would allow it to behave a little bit more like a button. Clickable would make it like this, where when I click it, it just happens. It doesn't matter if I hold the mouse button down or not, it just happens the moment that I click it. Whereas on one of these, if I click it and then come off, and then come back, it hasn't done anything. If I release the button on top of it, then it does a thing. And since this class would be used most likely, for buttons and things like that, it would make sense to make it a pushable. It just kind of sucks that that will be a limitation of whether or not it's going to fire immediately or fire secondarily. It actually makes me think that that maybe the difference between a clickable and a pushable, maybe at some point all of these different classes need to be consolidated a little bit so that you can just say, make me a clickable, and then as part of the arguments for instantiating a clickable, you'll be able to set whether the behavior is that it fires on mouse up after, while the mouse is over, or whether it fires on the first click, or whether it fires, the different methods here. There's a lot going on for each of these classes to override each other and change things, so that might not be conceivable, or, well, it might not be reasonable to expect to be able to do that. For now, it could even be a toggleable, and then it would have all the options. For now, we're going to make it a pushable, a child of the pushable class. So new class, labelable, and that will be a pushable. And will the labelable? Yes, it's going to need to accept different variables than its parent did, so we'll define the initialization of that, and we will immediately set up the initialization of its super, of calling its parent class's initialization. When you initialize one of these, we want the parent. What else do we want for the super of you? You're going to want the parent as well as a function and a skin. Okay, so function and skinnable. So we're going to have you send in the function, and you don't have to send one, so we will make it just function equals... am I still doing this? Lambda none? Yeah, I am. I wonder if I have to... Well, it'll be a lambda, and the function will be nothing. And then we'll have the skinnable that you attach, and then we could also have quargs. Quargs will be supported as well. The labelable will also want to know what text you want on top of it. So skinnable is equal to none, by the way. Does the text come before everything else? Because there's going to be text, and then I also want to integrate the idea of like options for how to draw that text. So it might be better for it to look like a regular thing where, okay, it's a labelable. If you want it to fire a function, what function do you want it to fire? What skin do you want attached to it? And then also, yeah, we'll go with, and then also the text, which will be equal to no text. Yeah, just empty text. Empty text seems fine to me. And then there will be text options. Like, supporting drop shadows is going to be like a whole bunch of different sort of options for case statements and stuff. Or I could just say, like, yeah, drop shadow, and then you could put in a pixel, how many pixels left, right, up, down, to have like a secondary thing for a drop shadow. Yeah. Yeah. So drop shadow equals 0, 0 by default. Okay. Do you have any problems with that statement? You do. What's your problem? What is your problem, hon? Did I not put a comma somewhere that I needed to? Skinnable equals none, text equals nothing, drop shadow equals that. Skinnable value is not used. Superclass is missed. It's not, though. Is it that? No, that's supposed to be there. What is it that I've done wrong here? I've definitely done something wrong here. We do the pushable, we do the colon, define the init, self, parent, comma, function equals lambda colon none. Yes, comma. Skinnable equals none. Yeah. Comma. Text equals no particular text. Do you not like that? That isn't it. What's it complaining to me about? Just let me go. Let me code PyCharm instead of getting in here and telling me if I just start it up. What? End of line while scanning string literal. On line quargs. On the line 407, which is you. We open the init. Self. The parent. The function. Close you down there. What? Still have a problem? No? Cool. Now put all that shit back. Okay. Still have a problem? No? Cool. Put all that shit back. Still have a problem? It's the text. The value is not used, but that's not a problem for you? Oh. Fucking just typo. Little next to the stars that couldn't be seen. Okay, thank you. Thanks for helping so much. So what we're gonna do then for this is self dot. In fact, you can access this. This could be a public variable. I don't see why not. Self dot text is equal to the text that came in. Self dot drop shadow. I guess it could be a public variable is equal to drop shadow. So we got those in now. How is this going to work? It is a super, so we will have called it. The thing is, we just want to override basically all of the fucking events. All of the events. By adding in a step where it draws the text on top of it. So, all of the events, which is mouse in, mouse out, mouse up. There's a whole bunch of shit, isn't there? There is, yeah. Okay, so in the labelable class, mouse out, we're gonna super, and we're gonna call the original mouse out event. And we'll send along the event details. And then we're going to self.create text. And then the text I'm going to assume it goes text equals, because that's just how everything else seems to work. Self.text. You got a problem with that? You don't. No, I don't instantiate it, so that might work anyway. So self.create text, self.text, and let's make one up and start fucking with it before we get too far gone here. So self dot the label. In fact, I don't need a self there. I just need a label test is equal to a labelable. And the labelable is going to be attached to the, in this case, we'll do the on-screen display frame. The function will be none. The skinnable will be none. So let's just go straight to text equal to hello world. Yeah. And then we'll attach it. Label test dot place x is equal to fucking 50. Y is equal, I don't fucking know, 150. Go. Okay, labelable object has no attribute text. Sure. I'll do that again. And it really, really does, though. It really, really does. See where it says text, and that's a string, and it's equal to something? So it does, is the thing. Self.create text, text equals self.text. Ah, so it's not my stuff, it's your stuff. Is it just that, then, when I say create text? Labelable object has no attribute text on self.create text, self.text. Sorry. Self.text equals text. And then I'm saying self.text. I should just look up how this works for how create text works. Wrong number of coordinates. Expected 2 got 1. Yep. Let's go look it up. So, Tkinter canvas text. Okay, so it takes position and then options. Text position given as 2 coordinates. Text is centered on this position. You can override this with the anchor. Options, text options. Like, where do you actually tell it what the text is? Text is equal to, and then the text to display. So you fucking lied to me again. But okay, it has to come after. So let's say 0, 0, and then fucking text equals self.text. Does that get her done? Label the object, it has no attribute text. See, the labelable is a canvas, so it does have a create text, thing that it do. And you're telling me that the text options, and then down here it's saying text, the text to display. So we need an example, and FBot doesn't provide examples because, they're so helpful. So canvas, Tkinter, text, Python, talk to me, Stack Overflow. Canvas roots, create text, 101, fill equals, font equals, text equals, and then it does, and it's supposed to. blank.canvas.create_text. And we are a canvas, because that's what we fucking are. So, and in fact, that's why when I type in self dot and start typing create text, it goes, oh, well, you're a canvas, so you can do these things. So the place where we want it made, which is 0, 0, and the fill and the font and all the other things. But this should work. I shouldn't have to say the fill and the font and all the other. Font equals, there should be a default font. Font equals Courier 9 text. Self.text, and it's going to be like, labelable object has no attribute text. Okay. But you do, though. What if it was txt instead? Has no attribute text. So you're not talking about that twaxt. You're talking about self.text, which is instantiated right here, self.text. So it's because it's happening before the super, or after the super, after instantiation. God, things are getting so fucking complicated. There you go, you whore. So there, it's writing hello world, it's centering it on that point. Can I skip the whole centering thing and you'll just sort of figure something out on your own? No. No, I do have to, like, provide it with the location upon which it will either center or anchor. So I can do a 0, 0, and then I can add in an anchor, which would be equal to the northwest. And then it will pop in the way that I expect it to. And it does all of the things, yeah. Yep. Interesting, actually. It's like once I've drawn it on there, it doesn't, it's just there. I doubt that's going to work for the images that way, but we'll see. Yeah, it won't. But, so now we need a skin to attach to it for full testing. So, skinnable equals, I suppose I should make the skinnable, since we're on our way to testing it in full. Label skin is equal to a skinnable, which will use UI slash what as its normal image. It will be new unselected and the new selected BG. So new unselected bg.png. Copy of that, comma, new selected BG. And then under skinnable, we will use label skin. Go. And when I mouse out, yep, so it's working exactly as expected. When I mouse over, I'm not having it draw the text over top of it. When I mouse out, it draws the background image and then it draws the text over it. While we're at it, we will go ahead and give it a kwarg or two to tell it what its width and height should be. So width is equal to whatever the width and height of these things is. So you are 117 by 18. Width is 117, height is 18. Right, all this crap. Piece off, reset. And then we've got this right here. And she's a-working. Okay. So now we just need to override the rest of the functions. So for mouse out, it looks like that. Hit for mouse in, it'll look like that. And the thing is, what's the thing? The thing is, for the whole drop shadow concept, I could make a little function that just draws the text. So def draw text self. It's a private function. Make it a public function. What the hell? And then you'll allow them to put the text in. And then when the text comes in, it will do this little thing. Except it's going to do more than that. So it'll self.create text from not self.text, but from the text that it's been given. And then... If I have it at the 0, 0, though, if that's where the text is started and the anchor is there, I might have to allow the option to put more in. Yeah. For now, just slap it together. The idea would be that if we'll add the drop shadow thing. If drop shadow is not none. Yep, that's what I wanted. Thank you. Shadow is equal to none. Okay, I misspelled that. If drop shadow is not none, then self dot, then we do it again. We create text, except for this time, we do it at, xy equals drop shadow x, y. That's what a y looks like, kids. Thank you. So that will draw it again. Yeah, the drop shadow is going to need, like, what's the color? And, you know, how do you want the font to be adjusted and things like that? So there's a lot of information that needs to be handed in for that. For now, we'll say... I imagine it'll just be foreground is equal to, and then if I made it black, then that would test the viability of that, and then instead of calling, you know, this stuff every time, we would do self.drawText, using the self.text and the self.dropShadow as the inputs. Mouse in, for the mouse out, clicked. Clicked would need it as well. So we'll call the super of the clicked event, sending the event data along, and then doing the draw text after. We'd need mouse up. And we'd call the super of the mouse up with the event data and the draw text. Clicked mouse up, mouse in, mouse out. It might be all of it. Okay, unknown option -FG. So you're not familiar with the concept of foreground when dealing with text color. Fill. Fill is what you use instead, apparently. Fill. Yep. Okay, that really should work as the mouse over, though, shouldn't it? And if you're pushable, when I drag out and then drag back in, that should work too, and it's not. Interesting. What have I done? Oh, well, I've made it all mouse outs for you. You need to be mouse in, and then mouse and mouse up. Good. That was the only thing that I overlooked. So now it does do the mouse over event. Yeah, and now it's acting like a pushable again. Good. That's what I was looking for. That's the fill if the drop shadow is not none, which would mean that the drop shadow would have to be allowed to be none instead of those two pieces of data. But I kind of want to communicate to the user that that's how you use those two pieces of data. So if drop shadow is not none, if drop shadow, actually we'll do this. XY equals drop shadow. That's not going to work. I could do this. Shadow none none. And then XY equals drop shadow. And then if X is not none or Y is not none. But I need these to convert to digits. So the idea of allowing you to put in no value like that, it's better if it's just 0, 0, and then drop shadow is equal to 0, 0 here as well. And then we don't do the is none test. We do XY is equal to the drop shadow information. And then if X is not equal to 0 or y is not equal to 0, then bother. Otherwise, don't, and then we won't draw in black. Instead, we'll draw in whatever is the default color, which apparently is black. Okay. But yeah. So the amount of information that would have to be handed in for this to be and do what it's going to do would be, you want the drop shadow coordinates, you want the fill color of the original text, you want the fill color of the drop shadow text as well. And those should all be optional kind of things. So, text color equals black to start, just as a default. Do black, or we could do gray. Yeah, let's do gray. Gray is the default color. For the text color, and then you get the drop shadow position, and then drop color, something like that. You need to be able to change it. It's a lot of information you have to pack into one line. You're telling it the parent, the function, the skin to use, then the text you want, the color of the text, optionally the color of the text, and then the drop shadow position and the color of the drop shadow. I mean, these are all things that you'd want to be able to put in. Drop color is equal to black. I'll do like that. Give it a second to catch up. Am I okay? I'm not. Why am I not okay? What don't you like now, bitch? Another fucking quotation mark. Like, is PyCharm doing that? Because I put a quote in somewhere else and then PyCharm is shoving one in there? It's gotta be. Self dot color is equal to color in fact, what I like to do with this kind of stuff is put it on one line where it all kind of relates. Self.color text is equal to self.color is equal to the color, and then you're equal to the text and color. So that'll happen all in one go. Drop shadow self.drop color equal to drop color. 2 lines pack those values into stored memory, and then when you pass this information through, it's gonna be this stuff again. Color equals gray. Drop shadow is what it is, and then drop color equals black. Okay? Okay. And actually, this needs to happen, like, after this. You want the drop shadow drawn first, and then your actual main text drawn on top of it, because it's supposed to be dropped. It's supposed to be under. So that happens after the XY and the drop shadow and stuff. If X0, Y0, then self.create text font. Shit, you have to be able to set the font, too. Oh, god damn it. I'm gonna have to pack all this together as just like a font thing. Like, you can tell it the font, and then it'll grab the font. Tkinter has its own font class that you have to import, and I have been using it elsewhere. Not in the library explicitly as of yet, but that's kind of what's going to have to happen here, isn't it? God damn it, it just keeps getting more and more convoluted and complicated. I can't have it establishing the font, you know, expressly like that in the library. It does make it easier to pass along font data instead of you pass along the color and the drop shadow color and the other thing. You can pass it all in together. So it would be text, and then how do I get you to do that? You're going to hand in, like, I could either have you hand in a string value and then I parse the whole fucking string value the way that it does it, or you hand in a font object and I access the font object data through Tkinter's methods, but I'm not familiar with them and I don't want to get familiar with them today. Fill is equal to drop color. Color equals gray is the default. Text is equal to that. Fill is equal to color. Let's put these in the same order so they don't look like my mind feels right now. And then when we call these things, instead of just sending the text and the drop shadow through, we actually have to send the text, the self.color, the self.drop shadow, and the self.drop color. There we go. Bing! And then I didn't hand it enough information in, so it's going to be weird, presumably. If we go to guiABLE, and we were to tell it that we want the text to be hello world, and then we want, in fact, can we just not skip these things? We're going to skip these things. All right, so text is there. Color is equal to thing. That will be defined as soon as I find like a reference to the color that we've been using for all this stuff. File label, probably. So that's here. There's the color, and then the drop shadow. Well, drop color is going to be equal to the other one. And then the drop shadow itself, I want to be... Actually, I wanted it to be -1, didn't I? -1, 0. That's going to suck, because it's not actually going to show it. Because we're already at 0, 0, so it'll be off screen. But -1, 0, like that. Those are the colors, those are the things. Restart. Alright, now if I were to -1, -1. Oh, that's going up. Of course that's going up. Let's have it go down. So you can see just barely, if you're really squinting at the screen, what I'm going for here, which is that there's a little bit of like an underneath it kind of a line right there that's helping to, you know, distinguish what it is you're actually reading. I'm going to shift it down and to the right now when you overlap it. That's actually pretty visual too, or visible. If I go back to the -1 instead... Yeah, that's fine. I mean, that's basically all I'm going for. It does need to be in font Courier, and I have no control over that as of yet, but we've proved the concept of the class, which is that you can put text over the top of an image and then have it react to hovers. It could also react to clicked events, which it doesn't right now because I've only given it 2, you know, images to load in off of whenever you fire one of these things. But yeah, that is proof of concept of the class, including the idea of the drop shadow. Now, if I were going to make it not suck, how do I get all this font data in? You know? The information that I need, just looking at this little thing here, I need the fill color, and I need the font that includes all this fucking data. Times, 20, italic, bold. I guess I just take the string in and pass it along. I don't do any processing of my own. Just take the string in. You tell me the font, and I pass it along. Yeah. Why not? Why not? So back over to the class. Function skinnable, the text color, that's going to have to be there. Drop shadow position is going to have to be there. Drop color is got to be there. You can't control the color from the font, huh? All right, so font is equal to, and I'm going to need like reasonable default values. If I just don't populate it, then it should use reasonable default values. But now you've got a place for the font information to go. You got the drop position, and then you get the drop font. It's also going to be equal to that kind of stuff. And we add in self.color, we add in self.font. Which will be equal to font. And then we add in drop shadow, drop color, self.drop font is equal to drop font. There you go. And then when we call the draw text thing, we want the color, we want the font, same as what we're already doing up there. So font equal to whatever. Don't have to put anything in if you don't want to. Drop color before the drop color, or before the color rather. Is that how I did it up there? Text, font, and then color. Yeah, so font needs to come in before you. Text, font, color, drop shadow, drop font equal to what the fuck ever. And then self.create text, fill is drop color, font equals drop font with an anchor of the anchor that I told you to have.
Don't argue with me.
And then create text, fill, font equals not self.font, it's the font that's been handed in. And then anchor TKW, and then down here we're adding that much more to it because we're just going to send in the color, and then we're going to send in the self.font, and we're going to send in the drop shadow and the drop color. Really? That's well out of order for what you've been doing already. It goes text, font, then color. Text, font, color. This will be position. Font, color. And that means I have to change this around so that it's not stupid. Text, font, color, text, font, color. Yes, that's correct. Okay. At least it appears to be correct. Go. And font nothing doesn't exist. Right. Right. So I can't just tell it font equal to and then empty brackets. It's, once I mention the word font, it's like, yeah, and, which means I do have to actually shove a default font into there. And it will be, what did you say? Times? Times sounds good. How about times? Without any other, like, value. Any other value, just times, and then you can figure the rest of this shit out. Boom. Font, nothing doesn't exist. But I didn't... Maybe the problem isn't that I can't shove nothing in there, but that I'm not calling it from out here. Let's shore this up. So, God, this has become ridiculous with all these calls and stuff. I'm just going to take it all out. So this is going to be, the first thing that needs to come in is the function. So lambda none. The next thing would be the skinnable. The next thing would be the text. The next thing would be the font. The font will be courier 9. And the color would be that. The drop shadow would be that. The drop color would be that. But before the drop color, we need the font, which is going to be... In fact, the font should be the same. Yeah, I don't have to establish the font twice. Yeah. You just change the color of it. Right. Because it's a drop shadow, so it's going to be the same. Dummy. Which means that you don't have to put in the drop font. Just the drop color. It's one less value to store. Drop font. No, sir. Font equals drop font. No, font equals font. And then, yeah, all this shit where you're saying extras, there is no such thing as a drop font, so get rid of that. Get rid of that. Hands off. There you go. Ooh, we've got double text. Oh, no, it's just in the middle there. Okay, I got it now. I get it. So the information that we've already passed through works, and it's the right thing and everything. Okay, here's what I want to try. What do you want to try? I want to try handing through a font that is nothing. Font doesn't exist. So I can't put in a nothing font. Understood. Which means I will have to at least say something like times. There'll have to be some kind of standardization there, and then it will just have to default to whatever the hell it defaults to otherwise. And we'll see how that works out. So if it were just times, then yeah, it just finds a default font to stick to, that's times, or a default size and everything. It's got all that built in. But we want, what is it? Courier 9. Maybe even Courier 10. Yep. Now, I do have the issue of the fact that the text is positioned 0, 0. And we're getting into the place where I'm, creating a class here that there are limiting factors to using the class. Because, like, how many more fucking variables can I have you put in here? When I go to draw this thing, I am anchoring it to the northwest, and I am drawing it at 0, 0. So I guess instead of drop shadow, if we were to call this, everywhere that says drop shadow, we call it drop pause. Place all. And then in addition to drop pause, we have the text pause. We just have pause. But the thing is, I am forcing you to anchor it northwest. You got a problem with that? Yeah, you better not. Shut up. So after text, we have a pause, and we have like that on both of those. and then the pause gets used. We're going to have to add that in. Self.text, self.pause. Gotta be text pause. It's gotta be text pause. If it's gonna be a public variable, especially. Text pause, and then text, text pause, color, font. And then the text pause will be used to actually do, so dx, dy, if dx or dy, then we also want to do xy is equal to text pause, and then we want to do x plus dx and y plus dy, and down here we just want to do x and y, and that will position it. So now I need to add yet another little piece of information to the use of this labelable, which is after hello world, the next piece of data that needs to come in is to put it at, I'm going to put it at 2, 0 instead. 2, 0. This may be a massively overcomplicated thing, but, you know, get it working today and then simplify it later. Okay, too many values to unpack. Expected 2. On xy equals text pause. 2, 0. Is that in the right position? After the text, next thing should be text pause, which is a tuple, 0, 0. I'm handing in 2 zeros, so that's fine from this side, one would think. And then xy equals the text pause that came in, which is there. So what's your problem? Print it before you crash. Courier 10. So you're in the wrong position, apparently. How does it go? Text, text pause, self-colors, text, text pause, color font. Seems to be brought in at the right place. Skinnable, text, text pause, and then font. So we got text pause coming in as courier 10. I didn't add it down here. Didn't add it down here. So self.text, self.text pause, self.font, yeah. Needed it in here as well. Just take my hands off and let it clear that to make sure that I'm not wasting my time by copy-pasting a bunch of stuff that's broken. It's gotten very slow, PyCharm has, since the depth and complexity of this library continued increasing. Looking good. Looking good. So we get rid of that. I'm going to go back over here. I'm going to lower it down just a little bit more in the little sample that we've been making, as though it actually matters. Bring it down to 2 and 2. Yeah, 2 and 1. 2 and 1. There you go. I got a class where you can draw text over the top of an image and produce a drop shadow. This is not the best, like, use case for that to show off. Look at what you can do! Because I'm trying to do a specific thing for my program, which is kind of weird. But, yeah, now you could have an image that gets text drawn on top of it. Every time it updates to the canvas. And it's a-workin'. So, that being the case, we're now ready to sort of pack that into all of these. Hmm. Hmm? Hmm? So, if I go up to the checklist thing where I'm creating the labels and all that kind of stuff, and I replace the label, we make a label skin, which should be made outside of the checklist, because otherwise you're declaring it over and over and over again, but I can't be bothered. Then every time it's called to, well, on instantiation it does that. Yeah, fuck it. So self.label is going to be equal to this shit instead. Right? And the text is going to be equal to the text, and the pad X and all the other things don't really need to be considered, maybe? Not sure. I need more of you. Get rid of the label. You're no longer a tk.label. You are now a labelable. And you're going to be packed to master, apparently. That's before I was calling it parent. Back to there. Is that right? You like it there? You don't like it there? Well, bitch at me a little bit more about it. Come up here and then go down there wherever it is the fuck that you want to be. Lambda non-label skin hello world, not hello world, but in fact text. TXT that's coming in. And then 21 courier 10. Go. Broke it. Just destroyed it. What happened? Turn self.tk.call, so that's in Tkinter's library. In 188 in highlight pattern, type child equals checklist and child.label.cget text equals pattern. Child.label.cget text. It's fine. It's fine. Fine. It's fine. Self.label. No, because we're C-getting it. We can change it anyway. Text, label.text is equal to text. So we're just binding a variable to that thing that we can call label later, and then we'll go down to the function that threw that error, which is this little highlight pattern function that wants to call if type is equal to checklist and child dot label dot text equals pattern. Perfect. Oh, that's exactly the way I always wanted it, right? Isn't that how it should be? You get get text shit going on too, don't you? Option text. So whenever I click that, I call what? Printf self.label.cget text. Just call self.label dot text. Can I just do that without having to print? Oh no, I'm printing f self.label.text. In fact, it doesn't even need to be a f string. Oh yeah, it does, because there's more shit after it. Understood. Okay, go. And when I click on one of you, okay. So it knows the names of the things that I'm clicking on. They've been assigned and everything. They're just, being just, they're not, you can't see them is all. No big deal. No big deal, really. Why can't you see them? The first one worked fine. Width 117, height 18. We're packing it on the grids. This is just a single checklist, so this isn't where that would be happening. Incidentally, the scroll bar isn't here either anymore. Oh, because it's auto. It doesn't need it. But why then is that like that and chewed in by the scroll bar like that? I don't want to know. Don't look closely if you don't want to have to actually fucking go bug tracking today. So when we load them all in, which will be in the load patterns majigger here, checklist.grid row equals p times 2, column equals 0, sticky equals tk.w. Am I not establishing height and... I mean, if it's grid, then it should open up to exactly what it needs to be and absolutely no more. And up here, when I'm doing the label, I am telling it precisely the width and the height that the labelable has to be. And again, it works on the first one. Except for you say level select back. And that's actually supposed to be level complete 1. Did you actually stack all of them? It's fucking odd, isn't it? Because the checklist, you know, you may look at this and go, well, you've got them on the same row you get. But no, this is a one-time thing that gets made, and we call this many times, and then we slot that into its own thing. So the grid is just making sure that this stays over here, and this stays over here. So that does not control the fact that these are all doing whatever the fuck this is doing. Level select back would be the last one, I believe, in the list, so it seems as though all of the labels have been stacked, but the checkboxes themselves... Huh. Let's get the weird one out for testing, the weird one that was in for testing out of the way. Bye. You can see more clearly what the hell's going on here. It also looks like this space was carved away, even though there's no scroll bar there for some reason. So that's concerning, but not something I want to deal with today. Last one in the list is level select back button false. So yeah, you're somehow on top. How did you manage to stack all of the labels on top of each other, but not the checkboxes? They're all in one grid pack thing. So that seems only slightly completely impossible. Checklist.grid row equals p times 2, p in range, column 0, sticky.tk to the west. To the west. I mean, it's all one thing by the time it gets here. So you can't shove one in here and then the other down here, because that, like this, is part of this's thing. That's not, you can't. How did you? Fucking psycho. How, maybe the highlight pattern thing managed to change? No. 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 As far as I can tell, no. Anyway. Hey, buddy. What are you doing, kitty? God, just one insane situation after a fucking another. It has nothing to do with me and my inability to comprehend what the fuck's going on here, and everything to do with just, it's insane. It's just insanity. The label gets gridded to the row 0 and the column 1. Row 1, column 1. Fuck it. Let's see if I can't fuck things up. See, that's how that's supposed to be, except for somehow it keeps getting shoved into the same one, which is impossible, because this is a one-shot deal. I'm making a billion fucking checklists down here. You know, checklist is equal to checklist. So you can't shove that in a place that isn't. How did this end up, which is bound to this, down there? The fuck is wrong with you, Tkinter? You piece of utter shit. place. Just stack them. You did. You stacked, just completely you fucking stacked them, and somehow the checkboxes are nowhere to be fucking found either. Holy gobshite in a fucking tennis racket court. What? I don't know. I'm just saying things that make as much sense as this bullshit fucking situation. But because a checklist, okay, up here is a frame. And in that frame, we pack the, to master, found it, self. The label needs to be packaged to the self, not to master. The frame gets packaged to master. There you go, you cunt. All right, now we got it. And look, when you mouse over them, it does the thing that I wanted it to do. Isn't that interesting and pretty, huh? Kind of nifty, you could say. Oh, shoot me in the face. That's so nice. It's so nice, though. When down here, when you make these things, I want more spacing between them. So when you grid them, is there any chance that I could get like some pad Y on the grid? Maybe? Pad Y equals anything? Like 5? Do you accept pad Y in grid mode? You do. Okay. So give me less than that, but some. All right, kids. And when you mouse over them, they do that. And they highlight up and down. And you get over the top of that one. Load file. And cluster truck. Load that one in. And you do that. Now, when you do the highlight pattern, baby, what I want you to do is, instead of whatever it was you were doing before, don't. I want you to last pattern dot call the mouse out of that, and then with the configs and stuff, child dot just call the mouse in. I'm gonna have to send event data too, so I'll just say none and none. I think you'll get away with that. And then self.last pattern equals child. So that should probably fail if I put it under any load and gave it an actual test. Pretty nifty. Pretty nifty that it's actually kind of half almost sort of working. Let's pop open cluster truck and see how it breaks when it breaks, because we know it's going to break, right? So pop you open. I'm going to have to try and bind that so that we can watch it together. So if I did a window capture, none of that stuff. Hey, there's foobar for you if you're interested in that. The adapter compatibility, capture, can't do it. Can't do it. Can't do it easily anyway. So get rid of that, and we'll do it the hard way, which I believe was via display capture. Yeah, you're seeing everything now. And then I will just size this down so that you can see just the thing that we want to be able to see here, which is like this. We'll snap it up somewhere over here. We'll just put it in the corner there, and then we'll pop into Cluster Truck. Return to game window, she says. And then she crashed. Okay, so back over. Checklist object has no attribute mouse out. Okay, so when I'm doing the highlight pattern, this is why we're testing this. This is why we actually open up Cluster Truck. We want to not just do last pattern.mouse out. We want to do last pattern.label.mouse out and child.label.mouse in. And that might keep it alive for a little bit longer. Oh, shit. All right, just slide it in here. More or less. Probably kind of half right. Then I'll close it down so that it saves that position. Then I can pop it open. And we can Cluster Truck our way in. We're in standby mode. And look, it highlighted it. It highlighted main menu white. Huh? And then if we go forward, it has highlighted... If I scroll it, yeah, level select that one. Now that I moused over it and moused out of it, it deselected it, so there's a little bug for me. But yeah, there it was. You saw it here first, folks. All right, so let's pop into the game. The run started. Whoa! Live split started going too. You guys can't see that, but I can. Level complete 1, and it highlighted level complete 1. Good. Good. So we got the basics going there. How am I going to prevent it from... Oh, that would have been fucking world record time on that. How am I going to prevent it from... when I mouse over it? That's nice, 6.732. From, you know, doing the mouse hover skip. How do I want to do that one? Oh, 6.671! Try that, bitches. God damn it, I got stuck. All I can do is walk it in. Let's just play the game a little bit here. Ah. Oh, come on. There was a little chunk of something on the ground there. Let's go the Rubbit path. 7.899. Oh! Oh! 8.6. Holy. Dead. Okay. It's because the method here is like that. For you, anyway. That's your method. Here. Hit. Hit. Uh-oh! God damn it, I got an extra, like, bounce that I don't usually get off of that. Ping, ping. Oh, this is bad. God damn it. 2. Off the side. Little jump. Off the front. Big jump. To there. To here. Out with an 8.282. Okay, now 1.9. Nothing. 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 Just weren't any trucks. This level does that to you sometimes. A lot of the times, in fact. Oh! God damn it! That was a good possible, like, throw me even though you pillared in my path, one. Oh! Oh! 10.631. Suck on that. Bing. And he's out. Okay, and runtime pause is the last one that it found, so it's doing the thing. It's doing the thing. It's doing all the things. If a mouse out, game window not active, it's tracking. It's tracking like I want it to, and it's doing the, you know, old world monochrome kind of graphics. So the problem that immediately arose is that if I mouse over this and then mouse off of it, it clears it. So the one that's selected needs to stay selected. Is a new little, you know, fly in the ointment. But yeah, live split is back there as well. It was running the whole time, and by the way, that 1.4, that was the fastest 1.4 I've ever had. That might be like fucking or not world record, but my own PB. It could be world record. If I'm getting a PB, an ILPB, PBIL gold on anything in World 1, it might be the world record. So let's just go ahead and reset, and let's save that incredible time. 13.4. You saw it here first, folks. Yep. Things be working. Things be working. That's cool. That's cool. Not quite the display that I, it's not 1,000% there, but it's getting there. It's certainly getting there. I could move the frames thing. Let's just move this back over here and get rid of you. As well as you, live split. Could move the frame counter up to occupy this, space in load file. Thing is, then it would be like overlapping this. So you'd see that it's, you'd see its background color. And not a lot I can do about that. Like when you're hovering over the load file button, kind of might actually like add to the cachet of it though, to like what it's trying to do, which is look like an old kind of janky piece of software running in monochrome. Let's try it, see how it helps with the space, the spacing and whatnot. Because if I can take that away and then I move clustertruck.config up a little bit more, and then I don't know, maybe it's nicer, maybe it's not. Let's just play a little bit with like fonts and things anyway. So U to there, and then in the guiABLE 2, I would like to change the font size of the label to Courier 9, down from 10. Okay, you need to be over here, friend. Like that. Pop up. Yeah, that's better scaling, way better scaling for the rest of the program. If it were to go all the way down to 8, I don't think so, but if it were... Nah, it's too squeezed. I mean, it's very high contrast, so it's very legible even at those smaller sizes. But yeah, that's pretty good in terms of the padding between them and everything. Well, let's move that file, that FPS counter up just for funsies, and see if you like the kind of janky look that you assume will be there when you do. So the frames per second counter exists here. And if I were to move you up to like 14 from 34, when I mouse over it, you see that. See the background color? I told you you're going to see that. If it were to be like right up there on top of it, if we're down just by 4, just, okay, that's needs to be down more than that, but it's 7? About 7. Just right up in the corner, tucked up there. It needs to be down more than that. 10. Needs to be up more than that. 9. Can I get away with 8? There's a little bit of, border and shit on it. Yeah, 8 works. I think it look better a little bit further down, sort of central. And then if I moved it one more to the right, when you hovered over this area, you wouldn't see any extra over there. I think I liked it better where it was before, which was like 34. Let's have it at 33 and back to 160. Yeah, that's fine. With the file label, or in fact, with the scroll pane area. Bring you up a little bit more. And up a little bit more. Let's try 206. And up a little bit more. Let's try 200. Wow, moving very slowly. 180. Oh, that's height. That's not position, that's height. You great fool. I want you up on the y-axis. So come to 50 from 54. Split the difference. 51. I kind of want a little bit of tightness there, you know? Yeah. And then the spacing for each one of these guys might move you over a little bit too. Just a little bit. Just a touch more to the right. Yeah, that helps sell the whole treeing effect of it. So when you do have to, you click the load file, it's got clustertruck.config there, and then it does feel like there's the and then food like that. Yeah. Yeah, now the spacing between each one of those actually is being handled down here, isn't it? With my pad Y. I just had one. It's a lot more on screen. If I just had a pad Y as 0 and they were all really tight to one another. We don't even need the vertical scroll bar. If I increase the height a bit more, at least for this set of, you know, things, I increase the height of that to be 218. I broke something. Okay, and now we're back to this problem where it calculated the interior when it didn't need the interior. But okay. So that was something that I knew I was going to need to address. Now it's come back up. Back to 218. Can't tell if I can see the dots there or not. 217. Now I can definitely see the dots. Okay. 217 doesn't need a scroll bar, but it is, you know, miscalculating for that when it's doing the auto detect process in the library. So the auto detect for the scroll bars is going to be in the pane, the scrollable pane area. The show bars deal. And I'm going to add a self.update idle tasks. No. .vscroll .update idle tasks. Just looking for that little piece of nothing that you can just shove in there and it all starts working again. But okay. So it's not going to be an update idle tasks issue, or maybe it will be, but... so if self.vauto and vauto is in fact true here, then... what's happening is when it comes to the concept of the inner, we have this inner height and inner width. So self.innerWidth minus equals self.vscrollWinfo width So that's happening. Self.innerWidth is equal to self.winfo_width if it's become greater than. So if it's less than, then it subtracts. And if it's greater than, then it sets it equal to. But if it's equal to, it does nothing. Is that maybe my problem here? And the winfox is equal to the winfo_width, which is to say that it's already... that the bar that we're talking about is actually positioned at the place off screen. The x is equal to. So this is happening. Again, like what's happening is got to be like shit is getting set while it's flipping back and forth between states, and then it's not getting set the last time once it's found the place where it's actually going to work. So it works, except for the last time. Print. I did this dumb fucking thing. So this actually, no, this only happens once. So then how are you possibly doing that? Because that's instantiation. At instantiation, it does it once. Maybe that's the problem. More than anything is that it's only doing it once. Show bars needs to be something that's calculated every time they do the resizing. Well, it is, though. Self.innerBind configure self.show bars. So if that changes, then it changes that. It does seem to only be calling that once, though, which is fucking weird. Anyway, let's print some bullshit data out that won't tell us anything. Self dot this shit. Just all this shit. Print it. So I can read it. Self.inner_winfo height. Self.inner height. V scroll winfo x. Info width. So 217 and 217, and that is a comparison between the inner's height and our own, well, and the imagined inner height. And they are equal, so they won't do that, because that's a breaker on that one. Then on the next one, 216, how the fuck did you become 1 pixel shorter? 216 and 217, which means, yes, now this will fire because you are, no, that you won't fire. But you'll fire because you're less than that. And what's your next qualification? The x is got to be less than the width. It's not. They're equal, so that shouldn't happen either. That won't happen either. So how do you end up, if changed, print changed? Because under these circumstances, it seems that you didn't. You didn't. So then, how are you the size you are? Yeah, you didn't fire the changed thing, so you didn't move anything into weird places, so why are you being a fucking bitch to me? If I were to change this to auto... Oh, it is auto true true. What is this? What is this white then? What is are you with the white that do of 4 with and 2? Mary, the fuck is that? So the V-Scrolls X was originally open equal to 0, and then it was equal to 159. Which is the width of the whole thing. But is it? Self dot update idle tasks. Self dot vscroll dot update idle tasks. Self dot inner dot update idle tasks. Does that change these values at all? Take one good look at them again. Yes, it does. 216, 217, and then it just never changes from that. Because it forced them to be a little bit more up to date, but it really doesn't fucking matter, does it? Nope. No, it doesn't. And if meanwhile you're actually set to be true true on the auto, then both of those should be considered. So when do we set this inner height bullshit to be whatever it is? Inner height and inner width is equal to height minus bar size times h on times not self h auto. So this is the height of the canvas minus the bar size times the multiplications will be done first. So the bar size, if it's like 12, like I believe it is, times the horizontal on. If the horizontal on is off, if it's false, that will be 0. So bar size times that will be 0 times whatever this is. Doesn't matter because that's 0, so it'll be 0 too. So if this is set to off, then we get nothing. In the event that I don't identify what the scroll bars are, then this is set to off. They're both false, so it's going to be false. So where am I doing this? As you doing it here? So it's going to be this times 0 times doesn't fucking matter because we're multiplying by 0. Doesn't matter if this multiplies first, that multiplies first. There's a 0 in there. It's going to end up 0. So inner height is equal to height minus 0, so we're good. Same thing with the width minus the bar size times the vertical on times the not self. And the whole not self v auto is where we can override that with an automatic thing. So if bar size times vertical on, and vertical on is false, times the opposite of self v auto, is that the problem? That this is always going to be 0, and so it's overriding the automatic part of things. Is it? Is it though? So we're flipping the state of the auto. So if it's true, then it's equal to 0. Because we want it to get set to 0, because we want to be able to, like, operate on the raw data of the entire width. Yeah? Yeah. And we're using width minus bar size. We're using all the data that's coming in here. We're not asking about, like, you know, things that would need to be updated by fucking update idle tasks first. We're using, you know, data that holds, that will be processed later during instantiation. So the inner width, I think that's making sense. Inner width is equal to width minus bar size times v on times the opposite of the auto. So if the auto is off, then, and we've told the scroll bars to be on, then it's going to be bar size times 1. And then we'll do it like that. Otherwise, it's going to be bar size times 0, and it will just be equal to the width, and then we can do some, actual work when we hit the show bars algorithm, which is called, if the auto shit is enabled. So when we do hit show bars, changed equals false, self.update the idle tasks. Well, that's all a bunch of stuff that I added in that didn't change anything, so we can get rid of that. Changed equals false, and then we go through this little convoluted nest of bullshit tests, all of which seem to make sense to me. Put that print back in there. Like, what do we got on, like, the H auto side, then, I guess we could do? We could also do, if I did this, and I went to widths instead. Width. Why? Wait, you are a width. Why are you a width? If the x is equal to the... And then the x is equal to the... Whatever. Flip it. Flip it. I think it makes sense. I'm glancing at it. I'm just trying not to boil my brain for this. So... 159, 159, 0 to 17, 145, 159, 0 to 17. So is it actually this side of things? If self.horizontal auto. Horizontal is auto. They're both autoed, so if either of these match, then we're going to get a match. If the winfo width, which would be the 159, is greater than the 159, so that's a no, that's not going to happen. Else if the 159 is greater than the 159, so that's not going to happen. But then we get down here. The 145, if that is greater than that, no. If the 145 is greater than the 159, or less than the 159, okay, that's true. What about you? If the 0 is not equal to the 217, then we do this, which is the inner height equal to the winfo.height, which sets the height equal to the height. So that's a true catch, and that's fine. That does nothing, that does not cause this. Yeah, that does not cause that. Setting the height equal to the height is precisely what it should be in that instance. Holy F-Pawns, says RMAJ. Hi! What? Been here for 5 hours and 40... This is going long. It's fine. It's nothing entertaining. Don't worry about it. There's been any effort on my part. Yeah, so that is exactly what we want to happen when we see that state. We want to make sure that it's as big as it could possibly be. Meanwhile, how are we getting this? How is it that we're getting this, That has to be happening on this end of things. If the vertical auto. And in that instance, then we're looking at these numbers here. And this is neither greater than or less than, so forget about that. But down here, this is less than that. So this is less than that. So that's true. But then the next test, x needs to be less than that, which is this needs to be less than this, and it's not, so that never happens. So how the fuck do we fucking do it? We get there. How does that end up being this white, empty bullshit space? It shouldn't be. What is that fucking white bullshit space? I like, the more that I've looked at this, the more I'm convinced that this works. And it's doing everything the way that it's supposed to be. And now I'm wondering what the fuck is with that white bullshit space? What the fuck is with this white bullshit space at the bottom of that one? Did I not set the inner of the that to that? I did. So if I also set the not inner and just our own thing to that, okay, so now those colors are gone. But, like, you're still getting cut off there. Why would you get cut off there? Unless I'm limiting this.
I don't need your handouts. I'm an adult.
Well, now that in here, let's get thing interesting. Quick tie me up, strap me down and use me as your personal dildo.
Thank you, RMAJ, kind of. 1,500 bits. Our weak leader on the bit campaign, RMAJ, with the 1,500 and the shiny pentagram diamond. 1,500, that's pretty. I like that one. Thank you, RMAJ. The position is already filled, as is my position. It's filled. There's no more room up there. So, thank you for the offer. I'm sort of blocked already. Ladies only. Maybe pawn. RMAJ. Yeah, like, what is that bullshit space? And look, now it extends over that as well, which could that just be that it needs to be a little bit skinnier on the scrollable pane instantiation side if I did 158 instead? Yes, okay, so that's pulled that back. But again, we got this, like, it's cutting off the text there, and it should not... Oh, what? Oh, I see. What do you see? Well, because these are about that size, ain't they? It's about the size of them, innit? That is. Yeah, it's the size of them, so they can't actually be any longer than that, is what you're doing, is what you're seeing there. That's what's happening if you have a look there. I seem to have, you know, who I've just done right there? That's, who's the guy? I mean, I wasn't doing the accent well, but just sort of the, oh, yeah, that's what you've done there. Yeah, who is that? He's from The Office and, Much Better Things. I wasn't a fan of The Office, but you know, I'm not even trying to do his accent. I should probably try and hit his, but just the inflections, you know, it's just kind of like, you shouldn't have, that's what you did. Just sort of the way that they write, that he writes, whoever he is. But I see what's going on here now. These are only as long as that because they're of this fucking type. So my library is proven solid and stable, and I just don't understand what the fuck's going on with my life anymore. But in the checklist, now that we're making these labelables, and the labelables are set to be of that width, that's the longest width that you're going to get out of them. You dingest. Which is not what you want. In fact, you don't really want to have to set that width. Any chance that you'll just expand to whatever you have to be if I don't set the width? Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what'll happen. And then we get the auto, which goes all the fucking way out to there because I didn't set a width. And so it just like made it super duper long. Cool. That's cool. Oh, and you drag even though and this didn't work either. Oh, good. Oh, fuck me in the rectum. Wow. So I said my thing, it holds together and everything, but it's not calculating the resized thing for this. This is over the top of it. Like it recalculated it, but it's not scrolling it. It's not fucking moving them. Which I don't know how the fuck that's even possible, because the way this whole thing works is that when you pull on one of these, it moves that, but it can't. But it's not. It's supposed to be a measurement of with the interior area, but it's wow. Change one little thing and then nothing works. Just fucking nothing works. Width equals 200. Let's just make that go away again. There you go. Okay. Oh, when I moved this, it actually instantiated you. Okay, so you don't exist yet, because you don't have to. Why are you guys in red? Oh my god. And you're stuck in red. Oh, fuck me. I've broken everything. But as soon as I move this, it reconsiders whether or not it should make one of these or not. And it realizes that it should, because this one's actually blocking the bottom one. So it should have done that in the first fucking place, but didn't. And every time I click on one of these, it changes you to red and you never change back. Oh. Loving the screen. Ooh, that's lovely, says Army J. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, going for an old school monochrome kind of thing here, and just finding all these, like, leaks in the fucking bucket. Holy shit. Self.update. There you go. But it still doesn't work. So at least it instantiated that from the very beginning when it found out that it needed to. So if I self.update idle tasks instead, do you instantiate the vertical scroll bar like you should? You do, but the vertical scroll bar doesn't do anything, which is bullshit because it needs to do something. It needs to do so because this is blocked, and then this works. As far as I can tell, it seems to work. When I don't set a width to these things, and I just the height, then it gets really long for some reason. I don't know why it goes all the way out there, but it does. And then when I click on any one of them, it just gets stuck there. So let's look at shooting myself in the face, if we can, just briefly. In the library here, if we go back up to the top in the class that we just wrote, which is going to be the it's going to be the labelable class, wherever that is. You're here. Okay, so why is it that when I click one, it's stuck in red forever? Once it's clicked on the mouse up, we're supposed to call the super.mouse up, and then we do the draw text over the top of it. The mouse up is not here. It's not, when I mouse up, it's not doing what I would expect it to. Like the mouse up says if we're moused over, then update the hover, and the hover is not really being updated. Any one of them that I click on. Also, the scroll isn't even working. Usually the scroll works when the drag doesn't work. Click down there, none of that's moving anything. Like so. Yeah, anyone that I click once goes red and never stops being red, which isn't like, it's just like, why? And yeah, it does need to be better than that. It does need to function the way I fucking expect it to. If it's a pushable, it should fucking work the way a fucking pushable does, shouldn't it? Self.clicking, like, and this should all be managed, because we're just inheriting everything that a pushable does, plus drawing some text on top of whatever you draw when you're fucking done. So you do that, and I draw some text on top. So if you change the clicking state, if you changed, it should just fucking happen! Like, I'm not changing any of your default functions as a pushable, so all of this, if this works, okay, that's not a pushable. If this works, where I mouse over it, and then I come back, and then I mouse over, and then I leave, and I come back in, and I leave, and I come back in, and that works like that, and fuck! Maybe it's a problem that exists all the way down in the classes, because that would be the only excuse, the only explanation. So on the mouse in, no, BG white right there. So there you go. That wouldn't happen. And you do call the mouse in, if not self.clicking, then mouse in event. So when I do the mouse in event, it should call the super of the mouse in. There is no mouse in override for clickable, which pushable is. So we go straight to the hoverable, and then the mouse in sets the background color to white. Also changes the moused over event. So, and if not, self.clicking. So, on the mouse up, which is here, right? That's what we call it, isn't it? Mouse up, mouse up. Yep. Self.moused over, self.function, update hover. Are you never updating the mouse up? Well, because you're calling the super of the mouse up, and that is self.mouse event if self.moused over else. So you're not unclicking. Where do you actually unclick? Since you're the clickable and the mouse up doesn't unclick it. You're the pushable. Self.clicking equals true. On the mouse up, you need that in here. Self.clicking equals false. There's the problem there. Okay, found it. Now, when we go over here and I click on one of them, there we go. Now it all works again. All works the way that I'd expect it to. Good. I put in the rollable class and then I pulled it back out, and because I fucked with the rollable class and like built some of the pushable into the rollable and then sucked it back out and tried to put it back together, this is what I've been fighting. It's little shit like this. It's driving me goddamn motherfucking insane. But that has nothing to do with the scroll bar suddenly just being as fucked up and shit as it is right now. Like, when this popped in, then it should have been able to move that, but it isn't, and fuck you, why, is the question. Fuck you, why? So, fuck you, why? With the scrollable, we fixed that problem, but with the scrollable, any given scrollable will drag a thing that it's linked to. There's the resize handle. The resize handle is working, but what's not working is the scroll or the move canvas. And it may just be that they're both still bound to the idea of the size of the window as opposed to the size of the imaginary space, which is defined by if there's a bar loaded here, then it reduces the imaginary space. So self.handle.place.configure y equals trough height minus handle height. Self.trough height equals winfo height. Like, we need to be doing comparisons with inner, right? So where are the comparisons with inner going on? Not inner. Okay, and move canvas, yeah. Well, where are those happening? Self.length.inner width, inner underscore width. That's right. That's right, you're using that value, that inner width value. Fucker. If your width is less than the linked inner width, or equal to? Division by 0, so no. I have to pee again. X equals 0. Y equals 0. Self.lengths.inner winfo.width minus self.lengths length.inner width. Okay. It's the difference between you two, and then the difference between my thing, and then times the movement modifier. And then the inner place.configure is equal to x plus self x to offset. So if the height of this bar is less than the inner height, wrong. Okay, I figured it out. Self.length.inner height. So self.length.inner width works for this, because this gets eaten up by this occupying some of the space. So this one needs to test it against the imaginary space, but this one doesn't get eaten. It doesn't like that. It's more into hand jobs. Or fingering. I don't, whatever. So it needs to be tested against the actual thing and not the imaginary space, which is the self.length.inner.winfo height. Fucker. And then you work. And then you work. Ha! Bitch. Alright, I found all of the things that don't work, along with, and that makes the scroll thing work too, because apparently scrolling calls the move canvas. So that's working again. This is working relatively, sort of, almost. And then, there's this little gray spot right there that's really pissing me off. So what's that about? What's that about? So if we go back over to the guiABLE and track down something that we could shove some shit into. That's the scroll bar. That's the scroll bar mouse over. And for some reason the scroll bar mouse over is bigger and the image isn't. Okay, back over to guiABLE. Go down here to where we do the bar skin shit, maybe. And then we call the draw bars, instead of spinning them one way, we spin them the other way. Images.append, drawbar, we do the scrollable pane skin. Like, who calls... Show me a function that calls my drawbar thing. Or actually my put to image. Show me anybody who calls that. Okay, so it's you. And so instead of... When you do the rotations, you're doing mirror X true and rotate true. If I were to... We get the mirror X, we get the mirror Y. What if we were to mirror Y, too? I don't fucking know. Whenever I do the rotate, which is the X thing, what I want it to do is, instead of... It's turning right now like this, I think. So it turns like that, and then it mirrors it on the X for that final one, but it turns it like that. And what I think I want to do is get it to turn it like that. So if I'm trying to get it to turn it like that instead of like that, then what I want it to do is... like if here's the image and we're gonna get it to rotate like this instead of like that, then you would flip it, and then you'd flip it, and then you'd rotate, and then it would come up like that. How'd you do that? You got like here, and then if I flipped it and I rotated, flip, like if I'm trying to get the opposite of this, I'm trying to get it go right. Let's just draw this for a second. So, arrow like that, And we want to end up with arrow pointing to the right instead of an arrow pointing to the left. Then the way to get there, if what I can do is mirror it on the Y, the X, and do a rotate to the left, is that I would rotate it to the left and then mirror it on the X and the Y. Mirror it on the Y, and then rotate it to the left. Mirror it on the Y and rotate it to the left. So, both of these are going to inherit a mirror Y. No, fucking cocksucking motherfucker. Mirror Y true. And a rotate true. And then you're going to mirror. If I mirror Y and X and rotate, we'll see what happens. Put these in order. Try it. Still got that weird white line going across the top of everything. You're smaller. How are you smaller? You must be smaller too. How is that the case? That you're smaller than the background area. It can't be right. Just look and see if there's any difference. Yeah, there is, isn't there? Put it all back. Yeah. Yeah, it actually did do what I was asking it to do. But why? Why? But, like, how is that smaller than the other one? You're all supposed to be the same fucking size. Where the fuck is GIMP? You. Like, these are all the mid bars. $14 in width. In comparison to these, which are 14 in width. So no difference? No difference. So how is it that one of them is clearly longer than the other? When they are not. Yeah, you can see the red. Clicking on it, you get that red line. Means the image is, oh, hello. Doing that shit too, huh? Cool. Is the wrong height put in somewhere? You say you're 14 on the scroll test, which defines how big these bars should be in all of those places. And then if I were to grab you, the vertical bar looks exactly the way that it should. horizontal bar, I get an extra little white line there that I can't quite explain. And you can see, if I just take a fucking screenshot and we go back over into this, and I don't fucking care. Give me a anything. Give me a all the way up here. Boom. Make a new thing. And I zoom in. I got one extra pixel at the top, and then this guy. So you got those 2 pixels that you're supposed to have there. And those are the 2 pixels that you're supposed to have. But why are you there and this one's like -1 on its x? And why can I see that? Why are you 1 down from where your x should be starting? Which is basically what's happening here, right? Here's 14. So there's the 14 like it should be. And then there's the 14 like it should be. And it is. But one of them is just off by a pixel on the vertical. This one is at the top, and this one is 1 pixel too low. How did we manage that shit? How is it that the trough ended up being 15 instead of 14 in the first place? Because we can see this. So it is 15, and it shouldn't be. The height of it is supposed to be 5 to the motherfucking teen. Rather, 4 to the motherfucking teen. Scroll test. Back into the fucking library. It's not about the images. Is it? It can't be about the fucking images. Under a scrollable in general, no. No. Scrollable takes handle height, handle width, trough height, trough width. So that'll be plugged in this instance by the scrollable pane, which will be bar size, and I'm establishing it as 14. And then when you're sending the bar size across to the instantiation, it's bar size, height, bar size, and then H scroll is using the inner width. Bar size. Would you use inner width? And why wouldn't you? Why would you just use height? Because the height goes all the way down, whereas yours is the inner width. Yeah, your maximum is the inner width. Sure, that's fair enough. But then you just use bar size. So how is it that 14 by the height by 14 by 14 by 14 by 14 by 14 equals 14 by 15? How do we get that exactly? Anyone? How the fuck do we get that? H scroll dot link to self -1. Sure. True. False. Sure. Because that's where you're setting what it's going to be. And then 45, says RMAJ. 45. So then when we're making the H scroll into a scrollable, and it turns out that it's locked on that one, we hand it across this data, and we tell it true and false and the other thing. Print. Let's do self dot H scroll dot update idle tasks, so that I can then do print H self dot H scroll dot winfo height. So it'll just come out once at instantiation. 14. But it's not. It's not. This is the thing. Either that or the handle isn't bound to it somehow because the handle is floating above it, on top of it, outside of its area, which isn't possible. So, you know, just more like impossible shit that doesn't make any fucking sense. Right here, right now. How do I get that to fire whenever the fuck I want it to, basically? I want what the fuck I want. Get done with that shit. How do I even fucking call load patterns? It must be happening from out in the program. Yep. Maybe if I add it to the... to scroll. I'll add it to fucking scroll. Yeah, fuck. Self. It's not going to be a self, though, is the thing. And I don't know how to call it. Self dot parent. Yeah, my parent. No. Just what I typed instead. Parent dot H scroll. Do I still have anything? Nope. H scroll dot W info height. Print that shit when I scroll. Scrollable object has no attribute parent. Master. It says it's 14. It says it's 14 even after all this shit. Even at this time. Which is what it's supposed to be. It's not supposed to be able to be anything other than 14. Here's how I don't think that that's actually true. I'm wrong. I'm wrong because this line... this line is an extra line there. So, in fact, your 14 starts there and there, and then there and there. How? Both images are 14! They're both 14 fucking pixels long. Don't fuck with me. If we go to the troughs... How much are you? You're 14 by 2. What about you? You're 14 by 2? What about you? You think about 14 by 2 about? 14 by 2 for you? 14 by 2. You're 14 by 2? You're 14. How about the caps, huh? 14 by 1. Ah, big change there. 14 by 1. Okay. So all of the troughs and all of the handles that we are using right now are 14 across. So, how is it that this 14 is being drawn 1 pixel lower than that 14? Because that's what's going on right now. That's the bullshit that's going on right now. Maybe I just didn't notice it. And it was always an error in my drawbar function? Or my put to image, rather? Maybe I needed to like -1 after it's been rotated? Kind of a thing, maybe? And it only applies to the troughs and not the handles, because the handles are drawn with the same exact fucking methods. So, you know, it would only apply to... Put to image receives a beatbox. You're the one who calls put to image. You call 00 cap H0. If horizontal, all right, so here's where it could go wrong. Here's a place where it could go wrong. Where it would go wrong exclusively when it's drawing the horizontal bar. Cap H, if that were... Which one are you? You're drawing the cap. And you're drawing the trough image. You draw the cap. Caps are wrong too. And this is called from the same fucking thing. Drawbar is used for both the handle and the other one. Makes no fucking sense. It is a logical impossibility, as we have encountered so many times just in the past 5 hours. This is the start point. And it would be 0, 0. And then you would be cap H. Because you're turned like that. So you would be drawn from that, yeah. But you'd start at the 0, at the top. You'd also start at the 0. That's how a bounding box works. First 2 digits are the top left, next 2 are the bottom right, is how I'm feeding the data in right there. So where you see that they are all zeros, that is the Y, which means that this image is 0. So this was 0 for this image, which means that a portion of this image is being lost. It's been pushed down in the space that it occupies. It's not resting correctly. When drawn to the canvas, it's being drawn too low. Shockingly, this piece, which is drawn by all the same mechanisms, is not being drawn too low. Also shockingly, this was not an issue before today. Before I added all this mirror bullshit. Not that it makes any difference. So it's when it's being drawn to the canvas is the problem. The image itself has to be sound, But when the image that's been generated gets drawn to the canvas, it's being drawn 1 pixel too low. So, when it's drawn to the canvas, by what method, where, and when, and how? By the scroll skinnable class? There's the bar skin, there's the scrollable skin, and here's the scrollable pane skin class. And all the scrollable pane skin class does is call the methods that exist through here. Self.troughs.drawbars with height horizontal. Troughs are equal to a bar skin. Trough mids, trough caps. Handle mids, handle caps. Set skin. Recipients. Update hover. Change skins. Doesn't get used. So in the bar skin, when we draw the bars, images is equal to nothing. 4n in range, images 4, image.append, draw bar, self mids, images, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you, what the fuck? Direct set images, images 0, image 1, image 2, image 3. Change skins. Mids, ends, skinnable, ends, skinnable. No, 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 no explanation. There is no explanation for this. It does not, there's no fucking, no. It shouldn't fucking be. Should fucking be possible. Using the same methods, the same classes, the same everything. This handle being drawn by the same drawbar method as this one, then being drawn to the trough, being drawn to the handle the same way that the trough bar is being drawn to it. Somehow we end up with 1 pixel's difference. It's not actually possible, and yet there it is. Welcome to Tkinter. Welcome to Tkinter. Mids, images, ends, images. It's the same method. If it worked for this, it can't not work for that. If it works for this one, it can't not work for that. I'm staring at this shit, and there's no reason to even be staring at this shit. It cannot do it differently for one than the other unless there is a point in the code at which there is some kind of, if it's this, then do it that way. And I have been fucking hunting for the past 20, 30 fucking minutes looking for the place in the fucking code where it does that. Where it says, well, if it's this kind of thing, but they're the same fucking thing. They're both bars being calculated and drawn by the same methods. One called trough, one called, maybe it's alphabetizing them and adding pixels. I have no explanation for this. How do you get a 1 fucking pixel discrepancy? Again. That cannot happen. And yet here it is. Right there. Click on it. You can see the red flashing behind it from the activity of the background color. Move back and forth. You can actually see like it's fluttering. And what I assume is happening when it's fluttering is that the trough image is actually moving up and down in it being an image that is exactly 14 pixels tall in a space that is exactly 14 pixels. Also the trough not being something that moves ever. So, yup. Troughable? In the scrollable, which is a troughable, in the troughable, which is a backgroundable, in the troughable, skinnable is not self.enable, self-skin is not non-skin, unbind widget, skinnable bind widget, mouse out, mouse in, direct set image is what we call when we fire that, the direct set image. The fact that there is a difference between a troughable and a handleable, and a handleable is a handle is a draggable. And a draggable is an inheritance of the hoverable class, whereas the troughable comes from the backgroundable lineage, which is completely different. So we do have two completely different methods of actually finally drawing the thing to the thing. Direct set image. Self.skin. So in the backgroundable class, where we actually draw this shit, which is there, the direct set image, self.innerconfigure, state equals tk.normal, inner delete everything, self.image equals image, inner image create tk end self.image. Is it possible that because this is a frame like that, maybe I've just been missing it the whole fucking time? Is it possible? The inner is a canvasable. It has no padding X. It has no padding Y. It has no border. Highlight border? Is that a thing even? Let's go to over here. The text widget. Show me the things. Highlight. Thickness. Default value is 0, so no. If put 2 on, then everything that's one of those would end up with some weird shit going on. Apparently including that, holy shit, that changed everything. All the behaviors are fucked. Interesting. BD back to 0. Measurements are correct again, except for this one. Somehow. No. No, because the backgroundable, unless like I can't see that one, like if I zoom in here, the backgroundable works for the whole goddamn thing. Like at the very top here, this is a backgroundable. So it's not like, oh, there's an extra pixel there, so I didn't fit it in or some shit like that. No. No. Show me that trougable class. How are you changing the color? Self.inner.configure background equals dark gray. So you're just changing the background color of the text area. I got nothing. There is no explanation for this behavior for it to just decide to have an extra 1 pixel height on this graphic design. And the last one, fine. Last one didn't have this issue. Didn't have this issue at all. Didn't see any little white 1 pixel lines in it. But now we've got them. But only on the one kind of drawing and not the other kind. On the backgroundable one, and only when it's right here in this format, but not when it's up here in this format or any of the other places that it's in, and not when it's in this trough. You don't see like a white line at the top of that. You back in, get rid of you. Nope, get rid of you. Paste you, drop you. Don't see any weirdness going on at the top of that backgroundable. Just this one. Just this one. Why? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. And that means that only this much of the area is actually the backgroundable, which means that it's only filling 13 of the pixels out of a 14 pixel image, even though it's clearly got space because, hey, here's the handle. That is also 14 pixels that's riding right on top of it. So if it fits in there, then you can fit in there, but you don't. The image is just... And it's got to be, like, it's not a canvas drawing, so it's just stuck there. It's just hanging there. Nothing. Got nothing. Don't care. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am the Ronin Pawn. Pawn out.